Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
3 months after his escape from prison, Jason had forged a formidable force. Over 70 skilled fighters, many of them former police and military personnel. They followed him not out of desperation, but because they saw in him a leader with vision, purpose, and a future worth fighting for. Outside a partially fortified building on the city's outskirts, the captains of Jason's squads gathered. Tension simmered in the air as they gripped their weapons, eyes fixed on their commander. Each man and woman there had joined recently, but already the seeds of loyalty had taken root. Jason's calm authority inspired confidence. His plans promised not just survival, but restoration. Jeffrey stood nearby with his own crew of survivors, now folded into Jason's growing command structure. Though wary at first, he had seen enough to believe this man could lead them towards something better. Jason scanned the assembled crowd. Tactical gear, armored vests, cold steel in hand. These were soldiers of necessity, armed for war. No more hiding, no more running. Jeffrey looked to the horizon where the sun dipped beneath the ruins of Atlanta. Everyone knows what we're doing tonight. Elias, standing beside him, nodded grimly. They're briefed. We're hitting that slaver camp that's been growing in the West Sector. No more prisoners. No more victims. He turned to the group. They've been taking people, locking them up. We all know what they've been doing. Tonight, we stop it. For good. Jeffrey gave a firm nod. So, the plan hasn't changed? Jason stepped forward, voice calm but firm. We're not underestimating anyone. Whether it's 5 or 500, the outcome is the same. They don't belong in the world we're building. A wave of silence followed. Then Jason's voice cut through it like a blade. I reached out to each of you. I gave you a choice. Many of you lost everything to men like these, families, homes, hope. I've told you before, walkers aren't the only monsters out there. He paused, eyes like ice. I don't regret the blood on my hands, and neither should you. We've chosen our side. The future is ours to build, and theirs to be buried under it. The response was instant. We're with you, boss. Let's wipe them out. Jason gave a tight smile. Then let's cleanse our future of the filth that stains it. Cheers followed as the squads loaded into vehicles. Jeffrey watched them go, still amazed by Jason's ability to ignite fire in their hearts. He couldn't explain it, but he felt it too. This was a right path. Meanwhile, in a heavily fortified refuge across the city, men celebrated. The gang that had taken over the building laughed, boasting about the day's loot, supplies, weapons, even captives. Dunno who lured all those walkers away. A bearded man jeered, but God bless the psycho. Left the military's stash wide open. Their voices echoed into the night. Behind steel fences and barricaded buses, they felt untouchable. What they didn't see were the dark figures creeping in from every direction. Then, a distant blast shattered the night silence. Alarms weren't needed. The sound alone was enough to snap everyone to attention. An older man in a worn military uniform stormed into the yard. On your feet. Get to your posts. Like a switch, the raucous crowd became a disciplined unit. They scrambled to activate defense protocols. But before they could finish, hundreds of walkers surged into the street outside. Walkers ahead. How'd they get past the barriers? Panic bubbled. Orders flew. Tell Dimitri we've got a breach. Yes, sir. 30 men armed with shields rushed to the front line, forming a barricade to stem the tide of undead. Let's carve up these corpses. But something was wrong. Among the shuffling walkers, a dozen figures stood unnaturally still. Too still. Then, slowly, they raised rifles. Open fire. Jason's voice crackled through a hidden radio. It was a trap, and the ambush had begun. Gunfire exploded. The shields barely held as rounds struck, sparking off steel. Men fell. Blood misted the air. Those aren't walkers. They're shooters. But the warning came too late. Chaos reigned as Jason's disguised strike team rained bullets down from within the horde. More enemies poured from the building, returning fire with ruthless precision. Jason's 12 operatives, outnumbered and under pressure, began a tactical retreat under heavy fire. Just as victory seemed to tilt toward Dimitri's forces, vehicles rolled out from the building's underground garage, trucks armed with mounted machine guns. But high above, on a rooftop half a kilometer away, Jason's snipers had taken position. They were armed with anti-tank rifles. "Light them up," Jason ordered. The response was apocalyptic. Explosions tore through Dimitri's vehicles. Gunners vanished in blasts of fire and shrapnel. Snipers punched holes through cover and man alike. The tide turned again. Jason's assault force pushed forward behind their own shield bearers, a deadly tide of discipline and vengeance. Dimitri's men fought back hard, but for every step they took, Jason had a counter. Precision, planning, brutality. In the heart of the bloodied street, with fire raging and bullets whistling, Jason watched from afar. His voice came low, clear, and merciless over the radio. "Accept your fate. You won't be part of the world we rebuild." Following Jason's signal, Elias gave the order. High above the battlefield, the sniper team unleashed hell. The thunder of anti-material rifles split the night sky. Massive rounds tore through vehicles like paper, shredding armor and bone alike. Within seconds, the convoy of machine gun-mounted trucks was reduced to flaming wreckage. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the chaos, Jason's advance team emerged from cover like ghosts. Taking advantage of the disarray, they advanced, picking off dazed enemies with precision fire. Then came the grenades. From unseen hands, multiple gas grenades sailed toward the retreating defenders. With sharp metallic clinks, they landed near the building's entrance and hissed violently, releasing a slow, creeping cloud of toxic smoke. "Masks on," barked the squad leader. Without hesitation, Jason's soldiers paused, affixing their gas masks before resuming the assault. Within moments, the building's front was shrouded in choking gas. Inside, those who had fled the firefight began coughing violently. Hands clutched throats. Panic spread like wildfire. The gas flooded narrow corridors, snaking through vents and underdoors. Gunfire faltered. Clarity vanished. It was the perfect moment to strike. Jason grabbed his radio. "Jeffrey, the perimeter's clear. Have one team enter through the parking garage and another breach the main entrance." "Copy that," came the reply. Jason advanced, pistol in hand. The air behind him filled with the synchronized steps of his squad. Determined, masked, and armed, they moved like a machine toward the gas-filled building. As they approached, Jason glanced at the scene around him. Once a heavily fortified base, now reduced to twisted wreckage and scorched ruins. But his face betrayed no emotion. Nicholas Gonzalez clutched his LMG, a hint of concern in his voice. "Sir, won't the gunfire draw walkers from the city?" Jason didn't break stride. "There won't be a problem." John Seda, marching behind, muttered, "Did you see how the advance team walked through the walkers? Like shadows in the mist. That tactic, I wouldn't have thought of it. It's terrifying." Billy Fisher nodded grimly. "Whatever those bastards did to deserve this, they earned it." Jason halted. "Stop thinking about what they deserved. Soon, you'll see the kind of monsters they really were. When you do, any hesitation you have will disappear." He looked back at them, his voice calm but cold. "Never forget why we're here. These people wouldn't hesitate to wipe us out if they had the chance." John clenched his fists. "Right. No mercy for scum like this." Gas masks now secure, the squad pushed into the building. Dozens of enemies lay on the floor, unconscious or dead from the gas. Jason's eyes flicked to the twitching bodies. "Finish them. If we leave them, they'll turn." Bang, bang, bang. Pistol shots echoed through the corridors as Jason and others calmly dispatched the fallen. Meanwhile, the advance team had already cleared several upper floors. Trained and disciplined, they moved without needing fresh orders. Billy's voice came through the comms. "Sir, that was easier than expected." Jason responded immediately. "Stay alert. We may still run into surprises." Understood. Atop the building, Dimitri stood at a shattered window, overlooking what used to be his dominion. Now it was a battlefield. Chaos raged below. His men were dying, and he couldn't understand how or why. Boom! Another explosion rocked the ground. His face twisted in rage. Who the hell are these people? A man in a suit behind him stammered. Sir, they're professionals. Their equipment, their strategy, this isn't some desperate survivor gang. Dimitri whirled on him. Didn't you say no group was strong enough to challenge us? The man hesitated, then spoke, voice trembling. I warned you. Kidnapping those women from the smaller settlements was a mistake. You made enemies. Sooner or later. Bang! The man dropped, blood pooling on the carpet. Dimitri stared at the corpse, eyes dead and unblinking. Useless. He picked up a bottle of wine and took a long, slow drink as if to mourn the inevitable. Silence filled the room. Then the door burst open. A phalanx of heavily armed soldiers stormed in, bulletproof shields, visors down, rifles raised. Bang! Bang! Two of Dimitri's personal guards dropped instantly. One round struck clean through a helmet. Another punched through Kevlar like paper. Blood sprayed the walls. Dimitri froze. Finally, he understood. These weren't just survivors. These were executioners. With a bitter smile curling on his lips, he set down the bottle. So, you're not ordinary people after all. He straightened, eyes gleaming with defiance as the muzzle of a rifle was raised toward him. Let's see how far your justice goes. Just as the battle at the main gate reached its peak, and both sides fought with all their strength, a completely different scene was unfolding in the underground parking lot of the building under attack. The place, dark and damp, lacked any source of light to illuminate it. Rats and insects slid silently across the cold floor, invisible to anyone who wasn't paying attention. Meanwhile, on the surface, the constant gunfire and the thunderous sound of combat focused all attention, turning the parking lot into an unnoticed refuge for Dimitri's people. Aside from the two trucks that had been sent out to repel the attack, no one else should have tried to escape, and in theory, the parking lot shouldn't be housing any groups of people. However, at that moment, the reality was quite different. Everyone take cover and keep your eyes open. We need to get inside the building immediately and surprise the enemy. A series of slow footsteps echoed in the underground parking lot of the building, and occasionally, a few scattered voices could be heard. Finally, a loud noise came from the underground door, breaking the silence, and several figures ran toward the parking lot, flashlights in hand. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, two silent shots took down those two people, and the flashlights fell to the ground, rolling and casting their light on a group of individuals dressed in black tactical suits. They all wore night vision goggles on their helmets and gas masks that concealed their faces. Crack! One of the men from the group approached the two fallen victims and, with a swift motion, destroyed the flashlights to extinguish the lights still illuminating the parking lot. Around 20 people stood in silence, observing with watchful eyes, showing no emotion at the situation. This was the second attack squad sent by Jason, tasked with securing the two entrances of the building and preventing any escape attempts. To ensure the operation's success, all members of the squad were experienced soldiers, recruited by Jason since he left prison with his small group. If he wanted to surpass the CRM, he urgently needed numerous military resources and to secure some bases with top-quality equipment. That's why, outside the prison, Jason had much more power than he had ever imagined obtaining. To facilitate the start of the mission, the night vision goggles were removed, and those carrying ballistic shields opened the way into the building. The leader of this squad was an older man named Jeffrey, a former leader of the refuge who had fallen victim to Dimitri's forces. With a watchful glance around him, Jeffrey gave the order, "All right, we need to get inside the building." Thus, the entire squad, under Jeffrey's command, advanced into the building, beginning to clear the path. The darkness of the facility made it difficult to see the faces of some people, as the electricity had not been restored for some time. In areas without power generators, the building remained completely dark. As they ventured deeper into the place, they encountered several people guarding a door. From the expressions on their faces, the fear they felt was evident. "Excuse me, where's the bathroom?" "What?" Before they could react, the person was caught by 2 shots to the chest. They fell to the floor lifeless within seconds. After confirming that the threat had been neutralized, a man from the group, who had witnessed the shots and was at the front, fired again, this time aiming at the head of the corpse. He firmly pointed out, "Headshots, we shouldn't waste extra ammo on those who will rise as walkers." "Understood. Hurry up. We need to cover more ground to support Jason's group." Noticing some gazes fixed on a door, Dimitri ordered, "Let's quickly check the rooms. If we find prisoners or resources, leave them for now. First, we need to eliminate all enemies. There's no point in saving someone if we can't defeat the enemy first. We need to be quick and effective." As he spoke, Jeffrey moved forward and began clearing the path. Seeing his determination, everyone understood what needed to be done without Jeffrey having to remind them of every detail. They cleared the area quickly. Bang, bang, bang. As they advanced, the enemy's resistance increased. But the strangest thing was that they all seemed to flee in terror, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this scene, Jeffrey frowned slightly, but didn't pay it much attention. He continued walking through the cleared hallways and soon encountered several people lying on the ground, struggling to stay conscious. Instead of continuing to move forward, he stopped and allowed those carrying ballistic shields to open the path again. His frown deepened. Bang, bang, bang. "Is everything okay?" Noticing Jeffrey's worried expression, one of Jason's group members couldn't help but ask, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "It seems the situation is different from what I imagined." Jeffrey looked ahead and added, "These people were already injured before we arrived. The others were running in panic." Upon hearing this, the group member smiled ironically and commented, "I guess our leader has already reached the front. This is normal if we consider how lethal he is when facing his enemies. To him, these people are nothing." After a moment of reflection, Jeffrey nodded and replied, "You're right. I didn't know Jason or you all before he brought us in his group. I guess I underestimated his strength from the beginning. So, do we continue clearing the path as planned?" "Yes. We can't let the general situation sway us. We must move faster and uncover everything this place hides." "Understood." In the room where Dimitri had killed his most trusted subordinate, several people had entered without him being able to do anything. Looking at the man in front of him, Dimitri couldn't help but ask, "Are you from the army or something like that?" "No, it doesn't seem like the military is out here facing walkers and destroying shelters these days." Jason, who was sitting in front of Dimitri, smiled calmly and replied, "I can't deny that your people have surprised me, Mr. Dimitri. You see, while you have a very strong group and enough weapons to wipe out my people here 10 times over with ease, your distribution is a mess." Saying this, Jason paused and pointed out, "Well, a recent friend of mine told me that you and your group have done terrible things lately. Kidnappings, thefts, murders, and I don't want to imagine what other atrocities you've committed up until today." Dimitri interrupted Jason, looking at him with a cold expression, and responded, "Don't come at me with that crap about trying to look like a man of good intentions. Seeing all the people you and your men have killed without hesitation, you're no different than us." Looking at Dimitri's furious expression, Jason tried to discern what made him different from all the others he had faced until that moment. He didn't wait any longer and called someone who was behind him, waiting for them to approach before saying, "Tell me, what did we find in these rooms before we got here?" Billy, who looked at Dimitri with a cold expression, responded, "Imprisoned people, men, women, and children were chained." Upon hearing this, the corners of Jason's mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Dimitri and said, "You see, I'm building a new order from scratch, driven by a noble cause. People like you are the ones I need to eliminate from my path to prevent you from causing me problems." "Haha, then you'll have to kill 90% of the people you find today in this world. No one expects to be saved, and they've learned to survive on their own a long time ago." Dimitri responded with a mocking glance. All I need to do is eliminate some troublesome men, cut off the heads of command, and make sure those who follow me can defend my shelters in this new world. Jason remained unfazed by Dimitri's words. He stood up and walked toward the center of the room. Just as he was about to face Dimitri, the door opened, and an elderly man with a tired expression entered, looking at everyone in the room before saying, "Hello, Dimitri, you miserable bastard. Ah, look who's here. I suspected you were behind all this, Jeffrey." Dimitri's calm voice resonated as Jeffrey entered. Everyone else present stared at the elderly man in silence. For his part, Jason remained calm. He looked at Dimitri, and his eyes shone with an intention that no one could decipher. In a building more than 600 meters from where Jason and his group had entered, the sniper group, led by Elias, changed their targets to more distant ones. "All right, everyone eliminate the people marked in the report. Don't leave any of them alive," Elias said with a cold expression. So far, everything was going according to Jason's plan. "What do you mean by eliminating the rest of the people in the report?" "Elias, do you know something I don't?" Anna, who was from Jeffrey's shelter, asked incredulously. Upon hearing this, Elias turned around and said clearly, "We're going to kill 7 targets from your group. Those 7 must die before the night falls." As soon as Elias finished speaking, there was a series of gunshots. Bullets came from the rifles, followed by confirmation calls. "Target eliminated. Cesar was taken down. Michael was eliminated. Mad was eliminated." Seeing Anna's frozen expression, Elias understood that she must have been very surprised. He then said, "You know, we've been watching your group for a long time, long before you were supposedly attacked by Dimitri and his people." Upon hearing this, Anna's body trembled with shock. Her hand slowly moved toward her gun, ready to kill all these people in front of her, and she said, "You damn traitors. You said you'd help us. Why are you killing us now?" Elias paused, looked at Anna, and pointed out, "Jeffrey, the leader of your community, made deals with Dimitri to exchange resources and people in exchange for his protection. But when the transaction went wrong, for unknown reasons, Dimitri attacked your group, and that's when your leader announced that they had been attacked by a ruthless community. I'm still very surprised. I fully believed the words of that old man, but I never thought he was telling a different story. Luckily, we have a very observant leader. Who knows what would have happened if it weren't for that, right?" Anna, who heard these words, couldn't believe it and screamed, "You're lying. You and Jason are just like all the other groups. You only seek your own benefit." Just as Elias was about to respond, the radio on his chest began making noise, and then a voice came from the intercom. Unexpectedly, all the cards were gathered in one place. "I almost was fooled by your slow words." At that moment, Jeffrey burst into the room where Jason and Dimitri were having conversation, where they were expressing their indifferences. Everything stopped when he, an uninvited person, entered. Why is this person still alive? Everyone heard the question and immediately looked at Jeffrey with strange expressions. Why the rush to kill him? "You seem a bit restless, Jeffrey. I know this person has many of your people captive, but there's no rush to end his life." This situation made everyone, including Jeffrey, feel the calm words of Jason. To outsiders, they were just simple words, but Jason's closest followers knew his intentions, and some immediately left the room. With an unnatural expression, Jeffrey said, "It's not what you think. I just thought there was no need to waste words with this monster." "I'm a monster, Jeffrey. I think I understand what you told this group of people. You're truly a damn old liar." Dimitri looked at Jeffrey with a serene gaze, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes in annoyance. It was true that Dimitri had done terrible things, he couldn't deny that, but if compared to Jeffrey, perhaps they weren't so different when it came to sins and ambition. Applause. This is truly brilliant. Unexpectedly, all the cards were gathered in one place. I almost was fooled by your slow words. At the same time Jason was clapping, everyone behind him clapped enthusiastically. They all fixed their eyes on the 2 men in front of Jason. Looking at Jason, who was clapping in an unusual manner, Jeffrey felt something was wrong and said, "Jason, it seems there's a misunderstanding. I can explain." "Haha, looks like things didn't go as you thought, right, Jeffrey?" Dimitri smiled with satisfaction and said in a cold voice, "Do you really think this man in front of us would swallow all the crap you told him about me? You're done, you damn fool." As if hearing the most feared words, Jeffrey felt a chill run down his body and said, Sir, I don't understand what Dimitri said to you, but he's lying. Can you stop right now?" Upon hearing what Jason said, Dimitri's eyes glistened with anguish and immediately responded, "Yes, I didn't tell you the things as they really happened, but you must understand that it was for you to act and save my people." "Enough of the games, Jeffrey. I know you lied to me when you said your group was attacked by Dimitri's group. It's true you were attacked, but not in the desolate situation you mentioned." Jason paused and looked at the two people in front of him. "Jeffrey, I've been watching you for a week, and believe me, I considered approaching you with good intentions, but then the exchange happened. You, apparently, offered Dimitri resources and people to unite forces, but Dimitri smelled that rot and betrayed you at the last moment. Am I correct?" Jeffrey's body recoiled in shock. He thought that if he ignored that fact and completely eliminated Dimitri's group, he could hide that past and follow Jason, who seemed to have much more strength and authority than any other group today. He would never suffer again. But now that Jason revealed many of his secrets, it was something that truly shocked him. He didn't know how Jason found out, but it was clear that Jason had been watching everything from the start. Jason's mentality was clear. He would never trust his friends, and even less so his enemies. Since leaving prison, he had been uniting some small groups of people into his own circle. These men, seeking a purpose to keep living, joined him. When Jason gave them a purpose, they all decided to survive and protect others while joining Jason's strength and protecting his plans with dedication. For his part, Jason always knew what he was doing when he approached Jeffrey's group. From his words and those of everyone in that group, few knew that Jeffrey had those plans. Therefore, to ensure no anomalies arose later, all the men with authority within Jeffrey's group would be eliminated. Watching Dimitri and Jeffrey's movements in silence, Jason had no intention of stopping his words. He looked at everyone and said, "Well, that's not important for now. What matters is that, thanks to you, I've finally managed to open a second base for my community in this city. Those people you deceived are aware of your actions, and now they follow me. They won't listen to your words. I'm the only one who can tell them what to do and the crap they eat." Jeffrey shouted in a hoarse voice. When the middle-aged man said that, Jason walked toward him, pulled out a knife from his vest, held it by the reverse, and then extended his hand toward Dimitri. "I'm a fair man. You'll take care of who took down your shelter, and I'll take care of you later." Looking at the knife, Dimitri stood up, and before Jeffrey could do anything, the blade of the knife pierced his back. Dimitri's cold voice was heard. "Do you know the satisfaction I'm feeling right now, you damn old demon? You, damn demon, Before Jeffrey could finish his words, a bullet pierced his forehead, and then the same bullet pierced Dimitri's neck. Seeing that everything was calm, Jason walked toward Dimitri, who was still agonizing, extended his hand, and took the knife. "The problematic people have been eliminated. Trust me, I'll make good use of this place." Just as everything seemed resolved, Jason turned his head toward the men behind him and said, "Everyone head to this place. We need to start cleaning up all the mess we made to make it livable for the people." "Understood, sir." Everyone began to move as orders were issued. Jason walked to the glass windows and looked outside the building with a cold gaze. Now the cards were on the table. He had managed to gather a lot of people in a shelter that, slowly, would be remodeled. But he still wondered if it was a good idea to begin taking over the city of Atlanta. Am I rushing too much? No. Everything is going according to plan. It won't be long before we return. Jason smiled with satisfaction. Now, all these people in the city would be led with fairness. Anyone who didn't want to join would be eliminated. There couldn't be multiple leaders in a single city. Time flies. The night faded in a sigh. The first ray of sunlight broke the darkness, announcing the dawn and the start of a new day. But the light did not illuminate a peaceful landscape of grass and trees swaying in the wind, but a field of bloodied corpses in the middle of the city, flames still crackling, and survivors fighting for their lives against the walkers who wanted to eat them. Fuck off, someone roared amidst the chaos. Weapons flashed with every strike, taking down the undead drawn by the noise of the battle. Jason, who had been fighting relentlessly all night, raised his machete and plunged it into the skull of a walker. Black blood splattered on the ground, but he didn't stop. With every swing, with every movement, he kept eliminating more. Panting, Jason lifted his gaze. The streets were devastated, but the flow of walkers had stopped. Finally, his group had managed to clear the refuge. Exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone. Some could go no further and collapsed to the ground, drained of energy. Others rushed to help them, pouring a bit of water for them to catch their breath. Get everything ready to move out, Jason ordered, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, then added, we need to seal off the street before more of those bastards get in. No one protested. The only option was to move forward. Although the battle in the city had ended, Jason knew the fight outside was still ongoing. They couldn't let their guard down. Besides, with the noise they had made, staying there any longer was an invitation to disaster. Jeffrey's group, who had been holding back the walkers for hours, was on the brink of collapse. They all needed a rest, and it was only a matter of time before they would lower their guard. Still, the survivors from the surrounding areas forced themselves to stay on their feet. They helped each other, called out to their companions, and, staggering, hurried toward the building's entrance, dodging the bodies scattered across the ground. Sir, please, I need help. The scream tore through the air and caught everyone's attention. Jason turned just in time to see a man clutching his neck desperately. He approached immediately, his stomach tightening in anticipation. When the man moved his hand from his shoulder, the mark of a bite was exposed. Jason sighed, gritting his teeth. Understand, he said calmly, though his eyes told another story. It's okay, friend. But tell me, was at least the one who bit you sexy? The attempt at humor hung in the air, heavy. No one laughed. The man heard Jason's words and, despite the tears rolling down his face, managed a faint smile. Sir, I've lost my family, the man said in a trembling voice. But when I heard you speak in that speech, something inside me awoke. I just wanted to live long enough to help you fulfill your goals. He paused, breathing deeply to contain his emotions. I truly admire you for having your goals so clear. It's been an honor, sir. Thank you for letting me follow you into this hell. Then, with a firm gaze, he turned to Jason. It would be an honor to die by your hands. Please, help me with this, sir. The atmosphere turned cold. Everyone who heard those words felt a chill run down their spines. No one had to say it out loud. A bite on the arm or leg might mean amputation as a last resort, but one on the shoulder left no room for hope. Elias arrived with Jeffrey's group, his somber expression hardening as he saw the scene. Among them was Anna, who, after hearing what had happened, decided to follow them. She looked around silently, trying to absorb what was happening, until she finally understood when she saw the man's bloody shoulder. Jason sighed and, without rushing, drew his weapon. He walked toward the man with steady steps, embraced him with a reassuring smile, and whispered, You know, I've always wished this scene would never repeat since I became leader. But the fact that you're asking for help right now means that in some way I'm doing my job right. The man rested his head on Jason's chest, feeling an unexpected peace in his leader's voice. Yes, sir, he whispered, closing his eyes. Everyone expected the shot to come quickly, but Jason remained silent. Seconds passed, then more, until he finally spoke softly. Tell me, Eric, when is your birthday? Eric was surprised that Jason knew his name. He had only expected to be killed as quickly as possible. But the question, he was stunned and thought carefully about when his birthday was. May 13th. Bang! The bullet left the barrel of Jason's gun. Standing so close to Eric, he was splattered with blood on his face. With a calm look, Jason didn't let Eric's body fall to the ground. In the final moment, under the surprised gazes of everyone, Jason held Eric's body and gently lowered it to the floor. The hot blood from his face slid away, and with an empty expression, Jason muttered softly, It's been a long time since all of this began. Jason paused, letting his words linger in the air. Then, He looked up at the others and locked eyes with each one of them. Remember my words. The dead do not suffer death. It is we, the living, who mourn the deaths of our loved ones, our friends, our brothers. After saying this, Jason closed his eyes for a moment, as if absorbing the weight of his own words. Then, he fixed his gaze on Anna and continued. If you choose to keep fighting, I will open the way for you, as far as my life will go. I will be the one to make the hardest decisions to prevent this from happening again. Eric's death is a symbol. It showed us that we can still fight for our future. It taught us that death is not a punishment, but a reward. Will you continue fighting in the name of all those who are no longer with us? Although it seemed like everything had ended, Jason knew this was just the beginning. The place needed to be kept safe, and it wasn't going to be easy. Death would continue to be part of their lives, but he was ready to face it. He needed to be a good leader, one who, despite defeats and losses, would never let his group fall. A leader with an unbreakable will. The crowd remained in absolute silence. Jason watched them for a moment longer before turning and walking into the building. Just before entering, he stopped and turned back to them. One day, it will be us who die. But until that day comes, we must remain calm and have our weapons ready to defend ourselves. Anna stepped forward, determination in her eyes. We will continue fighting. We will follow you wherever we go, by your side. Jason smiled faintly, appreciating the firmness in her words. As I thought, you are a strong and determined woman. Reorganize your people to clean up this place. Very soon, we'll begin to expand from here. There's a lot of work to do. Lost in thought about everything that had happened, Jason turned back to the crowd. Keep your heads up. There are still many people who will need our help later. Yes, sir. The response was unanimous, firm, and full of purpose. Good. With a confirmation, Jason entered the building and walked again toward the room where Dimitri and Jeffrey's bodies rested on the cold floor. He glanced at his own reflection in the window, and his appearance now was terrifying. Covered in blood and pieces of flesh on his boots and body, Eric's blood on his face, and an expression that showed his most indifferent side. This time, Jason felt something heavy in his chest, something he could barely express, but his present self prevented it. How far have we come, huh? Jason murmured with a faint smile, raised the weapon in his hand, and aimed at his head before closing his eyes. One shot, and it all ends. You won't suffer. You won't face criticism, and you won't have to kill your followers before they turn into walkers. As he thought this, Jason opened his eyes and threw the weapon onto a desk. Just then, after a bit of regret, he smiled as if what he'd done were a joke. He walked toward Dimitri's body and searched through his things out of sheer curiosity, only to discover he had nothing. When he looked down, he found an old radio and then took the microphone, pressing it out of mere curiosity. "Easy. Hello, my name is Jason, and right now I just want to be alone. Is there anyone out there who can hear me and share a moment of peace?" Easy. Hearing the silence coming from the radio, Jason smiled bitterly and thought, how am I supposed to get a response? However, the next moment, a female voice came through the intercom, and although the sound was crackling, he could hear it clearly. "Easy. Hello, I'm Alicia." Jason's eyes brightened, and he spoke again. "Hello, Alicia. How's life treating you in this world full of the undead?" "Not bad. At least I no longer have to worry about anything other than surviving with my loved ones." "What's your situation?" Without wanting to discuss anything else, both parties began to share the things they had experienced in this world and what they thought would happen next. After some time, Jason slowly lost the connection with the other side, and before it happened, he said, "Note this radio channel. If I'm ever near your signal, I'll be able to help you. Easy. We may never see each other's faces. What's the point of holding on to something like that?" Alicia asked with a voice full of laughter. "Who knows? Maybe one day we'll meet. Anything can happen." Before Jason could finish his words, the radio lost the connection. Just as Jason was about to help the others with their work, a voice came out again from the static on the desk. "Hello, this is Sergeant Raul Mendez. I lead a squad of over 90 soldiers and hundreds of civilians. We need help from anyone who's listening." When Jason heard these words, he grabbed the radio and said, This is Captain Jason. Tell me your location. We have a safe place. You can trust me." It had been quite some time since Jason left the prison, which was still under renovation. However, the achievements made so far had been unimaginable just months ago. 5 months had passed since he left that place. If everything followed the course of the main events, in about a month, the events of the third season would begin. But Jason was more than prepared for that. He hadn't been increasing his power outside the prison for nothing. At that moment, in the streets of Atlanta, once desolate and silent, the atmosphere was completely different. Now, the area was bustling with movement, with groups of people pushing forward to get closer to a wire fence guarded by at least a dozen soldiers. The soldiers, with impassive expressions, wore a bandana on their right arm with 2 bright lines and the letters SCT embroidered on it. For them, containing the crowd was just another routine task, far from extraordinary. Just a few months ago, seeing 1 or 2 people on these streets was a rare event. However, the recent establishment of a refuge and the massive walker-clearing campaigns had attracted many survivors. Scattered groups had begun arriving in search of a safe place. Everyone wanted to survive. But beyond that, they sought leadership. A leader without ambition or intelligence was a dead end in this devastated world. Now that this refuge represented an opportunity, no one wanted to be left outside. With the constant influx of people, the number of survivors in this part of the city had already surpassed 800. Even so, everyone had to be patient. The wait to be accepted into the refuge was long, and not everyone would make it through. Attention, all survivors wishing to enter the refuge. Make sure to bring your belongings. Form an orderly line and wait your turn. You will be screened for any signs of infection, and your weapons will be confiscated for security reasons. Do not lose your identification bandana and avoid causing trouble. The voice echoed through the street, which was sealed off with wire fences. In front of the entrance, a line of at least 40 people waited anxiously, their faces reflecting a mixture of distrust and exhaustion. Meanwhile, heavily armed soldiers stood to the side, scanning the area with serious expressions, keeping the situation under control. Beyond the line, an even larger group of survivors slowly approached, advancing with the hope of finding a safe haven. Outside, military trucks were lined up in an orderly fashion. The troops escorting the civilians gathered nearby, maintaining a disciplined structure as they listened to the instructions of the officer in charge. You will have water, food, clothing, and a warm bed here. The high-ranking officer continued at the entrance. We know the situation is difficult, but once inside, you will receive detailed information about the state of the world. Former soldiers, nurses, doctors, and anyone with military service experience will be called upon to contribute to the refuge's security. The first group of survivors accepted into the SCT refuge in Atlanta was not large, barely 100 people. Under the supervision of a dozen soldiers, they entered one by one, following instructions. Upon reaching the admission lines, each person went through a brief interview. It was a quick process, but necessary to get a better understanding of each new member before granting them full access to the refuge. The questions varied from person to person as they stepped forward to join the SCT. What is your specialty? Age? How many walkers have you eliminated so far? Have you killed anyone? Why? These were essential questions for evaluating the newcomers, but everyone knew that with so little time, it was impossible to truly know each person entering the refuge. For this reason, the refuge was divided into 2 main areas. The first was an observation zone for newcomers, where their behavior was monitored before fully integrating them. The second was the core of the refuge, where supplies and weapons were stored, and a hierarchical order was maintained. At that moment, a young man stepped forward until he stood before a soldier. His tense posture and the unease in his gaze betrayed him. He was nervous. The soldier, accustomed to such reactions, quickly approached to conduct a brief inspection. He gave him a quick look before speaking in a firm but friendly tone. "Welcome. What's your name, friend?" I'm Isaac, sir. Is this place really as safe as they say on the radio?" Isaac asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Seeing soldiers these days was rare, and the situation had left him confused. The soldier offered him a slight smile and said, "Don't worry. You'll be safe here. We have resources and the right personnel to protect everyone who becomes part of our community. Little by little, we're reclaiming the city. This is a safe place." Hearing the doubts and insecurities of many survivors, the soldier understood their fears. Patiently, he answered each of them without exception. Large groups like this were uncommon in these times, but if someone took the initiative to organize them, it meant an opportunity to build something new and secure. Observing the people still waiting in line, the soldier turned his attention back to Isaac. He briefly examined his posture and movements before nodding. "All right, follow all procedures, and you'll be accepted into this community without any issues." Isaac nodded and moved toward the entrance. He crossed the wire fence and, upon reaching the door, hesitated for a few seconds before stepping inside the refuge. His eyes scanned the place with curiosity. Inside, numerous heavily armed soldiers patrolled the area, while enormous trucks towed abandoned vehicles from the streets. Men in helmets and green vests worked in an organized manner, some moving back and forth with assigned tasks. In the distance, a lonely and empty street contrasted with the buildings, where people were constantly entering and exiting. The refuge appeared far more structured and functional than Isaac had imagined. Just as he was about to observe in more detail, a voice beside him pulled him from his thoughts. "Please take a seat. We will conduct a blood test, and you will need to answer a few questions." "Yes," Isaac responded with a reassuring smile. The interior of the refuge impressed him. There were no corpses, no evident filth. Everything was surprisingly clean and orderly. His first impression of the place exceeded his expectations. After completing the registration process, answering questions, and receiving a brief orientation on the refuge's rules, Isaac was given a bandana with the community's initials and the level of authority assigned to him. The weapons he carried were confiscated, but that didn't bother Isaac. He knew that if he managed to become a refuge guard, he would ascend to the second level of authority and gain access to weapons for personal defense without any issues. "Keep moving. Don't stop," ordered a soldier stationed not far away, watching the newcomers. One by one, the survivors were guided toward a military truck. "All right," someone in the line responded. Adjusting the strap of his backpack, Isaac climbed into the vehicle along with the others. Once the truck was full, the engine roared to life, and the convoy began to move slowly through the cleared streets. What surprised Isaac the most was the size of the shelter. The area was completely free of walkers, yet curiously, many streets and buildings remained uninhabited. His curiosity was noticed by one of the soldiers, who decided to clarify the situation. "We are clearing out this part of Atlanta," he explained proudly, and added, "Before occupying an area, we must ensure it is completely secure. We can't risk a horde of hundreds of thousands of walkers breaking in here." Saying this, he pulled a radio from his vest and pressed a button. "Miss Anna, we're heading to the support center from the south side with 30 new survivors." A brief crackle sounded over the radio before a female voice responded, "Understood. We're expecting you." As the truck moved forward, small groups of soldiers patrolled the streets, supervising civilians engaged in various tasks. Isaac observed the closed buildings and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sealing the structures?" The soldier beside him nodded. "Yes, buildings that currently have no use are sealed after being cleared." "Why go through all that effort?" a woman asked with curiosity. "Our goal is to secure total control of Atlanta," the soldier calmly replied. "Our people are moving through the city, locating small shelters, and relocating survivors here." Isaac nodded enthusiastically. "That's incredible." The number of soldiers in the area was surprisingly high. Everything seemed meticulously organized, making him think that this place could be his best chance to survive. From the top of a building in Atlanta, Jason observed how the streets were being sealed with massive wire fences and strategically placed trucks. However, that wasn't the only thing being done. Groups of harmless walkers were also being left in certain areas to keep others controlled, a tactic that helped consolidate his community's dominance. Little by little, his influence was expanding. Tanks, military trucks, combat helicopters, planes, they had everything at their disposal. But for now, only weapons arsenals were being transported to the city, along with large shipments of food and construction materials. Thanks to the presence of numerous architects, a long-term plan had been designed to ensure total control of Atlanta. His vision included the construction of 3 massive walls that, over time, would encompass the entire city and allow them to contain any threat, even if a new outbreak occurred within the safe zone. For now, the priority was consolidating the first wall. Although it would be the only one for a while due to the number of survivors and the countless walkers still roaming the streets, it represented the first major step toward their goal. Under Jason's orders, tanks, helicopters, and armored vehicles continued arriving at the shelter. All their combined efforts were focused on strengthening the community and growing this bastion of survival. It was no easy task, but Jason had earned the respect and loyalty of the soldiers he had encountered along the way. Many of them had been reunited with their families thanks to him, while others kept their loved ones safe in the prison. Unexpectedly, Jason had ended up protecting the families, friends, and acquaintances of many of his men, ensuring that the refuge's security remained uncompromised. Now was the time to expand the production of food, weapons, clothing, medicine, and, of course, establish strategic alliances. Even if scientist Candace Janner managed to develop a cure for the virus, Jason knew that her discovery wouldn't change the future immediately. With billions of walkers worldwide, restoring civilization in a short time would be nothing more than a dream. Even if the cure were in the prison, mass-producing it would require resources and specialized facilities, many of which were lost when the CDC exploded. For that reason, Jason decided to focus on taking control of Atlanta step by step. If his memory served him correctly, no large community had ever managed to dominate Atlanta in the original history, which gave him a significant advantage. This would make developing shelters at strategic points in the city much easier. It was still a dream to think about completely controlling a metropolis like Atlanta, but with dedication and planning, the city's key points would soon be under his command. "Sir, it's time to head to the central base," said Elias, looking at Jason, who was still observing the landscape from above. Jason nodded and boarded a helicopter. Although fuel was a difficult resource to obtain, these quick trips between the central prison and Atlanta were necessary. "It's time to go back," he murmured with a cold expression, worthy of the leader of a powerful community that was slowly taking shape. From the beginning of the apocalypse until today, everyone had been fighting to survive, and now about 6 months had passed in silence. The base in the suburbs of Atlanta was in full activity after receiving signals that a nearby shelter had been overrun by walkers. However, the distance was considerable, and they didn't expect to be able to save many survivors. As everyone mobilized, screams echoed in different places. A small part of Atlanta had been secured by the SCD community, which continued to expand constantly. Even so, many of Jason's people rushed out to help as many as possible in this situation. After all, it was the only thing they could do. On a road in the suburbs of Atlanta, a group of survivors was running in panic after what they had just experienced. It was a small group of 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, all dressed in dirty, tattered clothes. Their faces reflected various emotions, revealing fear and desperation. They knew very well that none of that mattered at the moment, because a massive horde of walkers was chasing them. Additionally, on both sides of the road, more scattered walkers were joining the group that was hunting them down. A woman running at the front of the group finally lost her pace and fell to the ground. Seeing this, several people around her hurried to help her up, supporting her so she could keep running. I can't go on anymore. Please, let me go. I really can't keep running. If we continue at this pace, we'll all die." The woman had felt her foot twist, and now she could no longer keep up. When she realized this, tears began to stream down her face, feeling truly miserable about what had happened. "Keep running, Jasmine. If you stop now, you'll die. Keep running," shouted the man, helping Jasmine while continuing to run. Although everyone was exhausted, their desire to live pushed them forward despite the difficulties. At that moment, A young man leading the group suddenly shouted and pointed ahead. "We have to enter the forest. This place is too dangerous, and at this pace, we'll never outrun the walkers. We need to take a detour. We have to go in now." After speaking, the young man raised the machete in his hand, took the lead, and rushed into the nearby forest. Along the way, spotting a walker nearby, he lifted his machete and severed its head as it approached him. He looked around warily again, only to discover that more and more walkers were closing in on them from all directions. "Ramon, there are too many walkers ahead of us. We can't take this lightly. For now, let's go back the way we came," a young woman behind Ramon advised while gripping her machete tightly. In this situation, she was already at her limit, and that was because she hadn't eaten. Running at this pace for so long had drained all the energy from her body, and dizziness, along with physical collapse, suddenly hit her. The only thing she could do now was gasp for air. At that moment, two men were helping a woman with a twisted ankle behind them. Just behind the entire group, there was a young girl also holding a knife, though she seemed barely able to grip it properly. Seeing that the boy leading the group had stopped, the four people following him also halted to see what had happened. "Ramon, why aren't we moving forward?" asked a man carrying Jasmine in an anxious voice, noticing that Ramon had stopped advancing. Hearing this, Ramon smiled bitterly and motioned for everyone to look around so they could understand what was happening. Before they could even realize it, many walkers had continued advancing through the trees around them. The forest was deep, but with their exhaustion and evident fatigue, it was impossible for them to escape safely from this danger. There were large trees, but no one could think of a quick solution. "You crazy bastard, Ramon. We all followed you, and look where we ended up. Now we're dead because of you," shouted a man with an anxious expression upon seeing that they had no way out. Ramon felt his strength leave his hands, his blood run cold, and his heart start pounding hard. He dropped the machete from his hand, and overwhelmed by despair, all he did was sit on the ground, not responding to the voices accusing him. Jasmine, who was being supported, saw that Ramon had given up and, with difficulty, walked up to him, grabbing him by the collar while shouting furiously, "You damn idiot! Are you just giving up like that? We all agreed to survive until the end. Get your damn ass off the ground right now and fight the walkers." "Jasmine, stop right now. What's the point of fighting now?" The other guy who had been helping Jasmine also spoke at that moment. He first looked around and pointed to where there were fewer walkers. "Stop arguing. There are very few walkers in that direction. Let's run that way. Maybe we still have a chance to get out alive if we start moving now." At that moment, there was a glimmer of hope in front of them, and everyone wanted to cling to it however they could. A powerful force surged from within them, even in those who had already begun to give up. They moved again and ran toward the direction that had been pointed out. "Crack! Go to hell, you bastard!" The few survivors did their best to take down a dozen more walkers in anger, but they soon discovered that the walkers were becoming denser, blocking their path forward. They had no strength left, and the six of them formed a circle, planning to take down as many walkers as they could before dying. Just as Ramon let out a battle cry, raising his machete to strike down the walker approaching him, a burst of gunfire echoed through the forest. The gunfire was intense, indicating that a large group of people was shooting at the same time. Everyone was stunned and huddled together as much as possible to avoid getting hit. But soon they realized that the walkers approaching them were exploding in clouds of black blood above their heads before collapsing one by one. In less than a minute, over 100 walkers had been wiped out, and they didn't last more than 10 breaths standing. The small group of 6 looked in the direction of the gunfire, and what they saw was a squad of soldiers in military uniforms, wearing helmets with masks, walking toward them. Among them, the leader was a tall, fair-skinned man. The leader looked at all the fallen walkers and then at the group. He took the radio from his vest and pressed the button to communicate. "Central, this is the captain of the 9th Exploration Squad. We have encountered a group of 6 survivors, apparently in optimal condition. ZZ, this is Central, received. Captain, you and the 9th Squad returned safely to base. ZZ, understood, Central. The man took a step forward, stopping 5 meters away from them, carefully observing the 6 distressed figures before speaking in a calm tone. "If you want to live, all of you must drop your weapons and follow us." All the soldiers had a bandana on their left arm, very conspicuous. The group of 6 threw their machetes to the ground without hesitation. After seeing this group of soldiers, each of them had different thoughts but supported one another in front of these people. The captain in charge of the squad gestured to the men behind him, and immediately 2 soldiers stepped forward, aiming their weapons at the group of 6 with watchful eyes. "Don't do anything foolish. Come with us." Everyone silently nodded at the sight of this group and followed them. Jasmine, who was injured in her ankle, was supported by 2 of her companions, and they all followed the group into the depths of the forest without asking any questions. After passing through the dense woods for some time, they estimated they had been walking for at least 30 minutes. Eventually, Ramon noticed many stakes driven into the ground, and when he looked up, his pupils shrank at what he was seeing. A massive wall structure appeared before his eyes. When he glanced at the indifferent eyes of the soldiers, they all understood that this must be their base. Soldiers were walking along the walls of this intimidating fortress. At first glance, 6 enormous towers could be seen in various locations around the base. From the small windows, thick metal barrels protruded from the gun ports of each tower. There was no doubt that these towers were equipped with heavy machine guns, ready to open fire at any moment. But beyond the massive walls of the base, there was also a huge metal fence outside its perimeter. Within the area protected by the fences, there was farmland. At that moment, many people were diligently working. From the faces of those who occasionally looked up to check the sky or wiped the sweat from their brows, one could see a mix of enthusiasm and, most importantly, hope. This made the group tremble with emotion. Wasn't this what so many people were searching for? Inside the enormous walls, for even taller towers stood, completely enclosed, with only a few gun ports visible around the structures. At that moment, everyone's eyes met, and they all had the same thought. The 6 individuals looked around with extreme curiosity, and the soldiers beside them did not stop them from observing. They simply quickened their pace, leading them toward the main gate. The group soon arrived at the outer gate of the wire fence. The soldiers guarding the gate first saluted their superior officer before opening it. They all passed through the gate and soon reached the inner entrance. The inner gate was massive and imposing. Few knew that inside the walls and doors, there were steel plates over a centimeter thick that extended throughout the base. There were 2 medium-sized towers on either side of the gate, each with people stationed at the top, holding rifles. However, as they approached, they discovered something that greatly surprised them all. It turned out that there was an artificial moat surrounding the enormous walls of the base. The moat was about 10 meters wide. Along the way, Ramon noticed fish swimming in the water, groups of them moving slowly, occasionally splashing up from the surface. Some who had been starving for days stared hungrily at the large fish, tempted to jump in and catch some to eat, but seeing the heavily armed soldiers around them, those thoughts quickly faded. Everyone was lost in their thoughts, and the group's pace slowed as their eyes remained fixed on the artificial moat and the towers, unwilling to move on. The soldier leading the way noticed the group's hesitation, looked at their expressions, and immediately understood what they were thinking. He pointed to the gate near the base and said, "Move along. There will be food for everyone once you're inside." Upon hearing those words, the 6 curious individuals quickened their pace, and the men in the group felt the urge to cry. Ramon had initially thought that the exterior of this place was much better built than anywhere else, but that the interior would likely be more ordinary. However, after they passed through the inner gate of the base, the sight before them made them tremble. The large inner plaza was open, with fountains of crystal-clear water and well-maintained emerald green shrubs, not just for decoration. On the other side of the plaza stood rows of large wooden barns. Pigs, cows, sheep, and horses were being cared for by a group of people. In the middle of the plaza, 2 very tall watchtowers stood. Walking beneath one of them, Ramon finally got a full view of their design. The upper part of the towers resembled a saucer, but was slightly wider and taller. The tops of these towers were circular, with a broad space that appeared to be an observation deck, while the lower part had gun ports. Judging by their size, they could easily accommodate multiple people inside. Looking further inward, an imposing structure dominated a large section of the site. At its center, there was another wall with a double gate. The gate appeared to be made of steel, but it was open at the moment, with several soldiers in black tactical uniforms stationed there. As they watched the group approach, the soldiers inside began to move, leading the 6 newcomers further inside. As soon as they stepped through this new gate, the scenery changed drastically. The ground beneath their feet was completely paved with concrete. Beyond the plaza stood large 2-story buildings. At a glance, photovoltaic solar panels could be seen, and the 2 buildings on the sides were connected by a roof. On both sides, 2 more watchtowers stood, identical to those in the outer courtyard. To one side of the buildings, there was a fenced-off area filled with playground equipment, where some children were playing. Pregnant women stood nearby, their smiles calm and content. On the other side, there was a separate house with a closed door. Its purpose was unclear, but 2 soldiers were guarding it. Ramon finally focused on the largest structures in front of them. Although the exterior walls of the buildings had been painted over, it was clear that this place had once been a prison. Suddenly, Ramon and the others saw a young woman emerging from the main building. She had large black-framed glasses, her long hair tied in a ponytail, and carried a clipboard in her hands. Dressed in a training outfit with military boots, she quickly walked toward them. The woman spoke as soon as she respectfully greeted the leader. "Captain Shane, are these the new survivors from outside?" Shane nodded, pointed to Ramon and the others, and said, "Indeed, Nara. These people need to be fed first, then bathed, and finally tested." Nara nodded at his words, lifting her clipboard to jot something down. "Then, as you mentioned, let's take them to eat first." 10 minutes later, in a large dining hall, several women entered carrying plates of food. The 6 rescued individuals looked at the food with bright eyes. As soon as the plates were set down, several people eagerly reached for them, but each of them warmly handed out forks to one another before eating. The guards around them quietly left. The 6 ate as quickly as they could. Ramon even licked his lips, realizing he had eaten too fast, but the feeling of fullness in his stomach made him feel comfortable. It seemed that Shane, the only one who had remained in the room, noticed their thoughts and spoke again. "Looks like you haven't eaten well in a while. Don't overdo it. All right, get ready for the test." After speaking, Shane called for people outside to clean up the table, and the 6 individuals were led into a special room. Just as they exchanged glances, Nara entered with a stack of documents. Shane took them and distributed one to each of the 6. Ramon looked at the paper's contents and found several strange questions with multiple choice answers, asking about various situations. Nara pulled up a chair, sat down in front of them, and said calmly, "There are some tests that will be done later, but for now, just answer the questions honestly. Time is limited. If any answer turns out to be untrue, it will have a major impact on your evaluation and future here. Hurry up." After speaking, she pulled a delicate pocket watch from her pocket and signaled for everyone to get ready. Nara's slender fingers lightly pressed the button on the watch, and a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Hurry up." In an isolated room, Shane and Nara observed this new group of 6 people. This was an advanced procedure to determine what kind of person was joining their community and to maintain control over their actions. So far, there are more than 3,350 people in the prison, and all of them, or at least most, had joined after going through this process. Some had been transported to the city of Atlanta over time, but since the journey was long and dangerous, it was decided that refugees would only be transported once the prison could no longer accommodate more people. Returning to the test, it consisted of 2 very important processes. The first was a simple multiple-choice questionnaire, asking things like, "Have you ever killed a person? What is your dream now? What are you willing to do to protect your life?" At first glance, these questions seemed designed to judge whether a person was good or bad, but that was something the SCT didn't care about. The main purpose was to determine if the person was lying and to assess how dangerous they could potentially be. This became clear in the second test, conducted shortly after the person answered the multiple-choice questions. Looking at the watch in Nara's hand, she glanced at Shane and nodded. Realizing it was time, Shane stood up and said, "All right, I suppose you've had enough time to answer these questions honestly." "Yes, we're done." Ramon and the others handed their answer sheets to Shane and waited in silence for what came next. Once they had the papers, Nara got to work and said, "All right, we'll start with the first person, and that is Jasmine." When Jasmine heard this, a curtain covering some unknown instruments was pulled back, revealing them to the group of 6. These devices were highly advanced, and very few people should have been familiar with them. However, Nara didn't wait for them to guess what was about to happen. As she extended some cables toward Jasmine's hand, she said, "What you're all seeing is a polygraph. In simple terms, a lie detector. In a moment, we'll select the most important questions, and if you answer them correctly and without anomalies, this will be over quickly. But if, on the other hand, we realize you lied in your answers, you'll have serious problems for your future." "All right, let's get started as soon as possible," Nara said as she powered up the device. She then moved her hands, placed some cables on Jasmine's fingers, looked at the data on her computer screen, leaned back, and picked up the sheet with the recorded answers. After that, Nara looked directly at Jasmine. It was important to note that, in these kinds of tests, people usually try to answer as best as possible to leave a good impression, even if their responses weren't true. This test evaluated those answers. Jasmine, sitting across from Nara, observed the woman, who seemed to be about her age. She hadn't expected such a device to exist in this place. Even if she answered some questions truthfully, she felt inexplicably nervous. "All right, we can begin the questions. Are you ready?" Nara lifted her gaze and looked at Jasmine. "Yes." Hearing the response, Nara looked at the sheets in her hands and asked the first question. "You only need to answer with yes or no. Do not say anything else. Your name is Jasmine, correct?" "What?" Jasmine's expression changed upon hearing this question. Obviously, her name was Jasmine, but she didn't understand what was happening. "Just answer with yes or no. No other response will be heard," Shane said with a sharp look. Ever since Aaron left the prison, he had personally taken on this role to maintain security and control over the people seeking refuge here. As a cautious man who always preferred the safest path, Shane was obviously the right person to oversee this process and ensure nothing went wrong. Fortunately, this job didn't require much effort, and even if some people lied in their responses, they would simply be reformed. Jasmine remained silent for a moment, then nodded and answered, "Yes." As your response indicates, would you do everything possible to save a child's life, even if they were about to be killed by a walker? Is that true? Nara carefully monitored the data from the lie detector. Yes. First lie detected. Like many others, you also prioritize your own life over that of others. Nara, familiar with this type of interrogation, remained unfazed upon detecting the first dishonest response. Even she admitted that she would prioritize her own safety over the life of a child she didn't know. This wasn't about simple heroism or dignity. It was about survival, something necessary to stay alive today. Shane's eyes didn't reveal any thoughts either. Many of the people who arrived at the prison as new refugees had a well-developed survival instinct and understood the hell that was living outside with the walkers. However, after training, depending on the level of authority they wished to obtain, they adapted to a specific rank. Of the 3 available ranks, approximately 30% chose Class 1, while the rest opted for Class 2. Many preferred to continue fighting and learning to kill walkers rather than staying at the base, relying on the victories of others. Everyone preferred to fight, and that showed how much the world had changed, turning people into strong fighters who would rather protect their own lives with their own hands and hope to be protected by others. At this point, of the 6 rescued individuals, 5 had already been evaluated. As expected, they all lied in the moral questions, something that was duly noted in their records. "You're the last one. Don't be afraid," Shane said, looking at Ramon, who had an anxious expression. "Haha, even though I answered the questions truthfully, I still feel nervous." At that moment, Ramon looked at the cables being placed on his fingers, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He didn't know what happened to people who lied, but it was evident that the outcome wasn't favorable for them. However, when he looked at Shane, who had a calm expression, he felt even more afraid of what could happen to him here if the device malfunctioned or if his emotions betrayed him. Sensing this, Shane, standing beside him, shared a breathing technique to help him stay in control during the process. Using it, Ramon gradually calmed down and began answering the questions with ease. As if time had slowed, Ramon grew increasingly tense, and just when he thought it would never end, Nara's voice reached his ears. "All right, that seems to be all." Hearing this, Ramon let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at Shane with a grateful smile. "All right, buddy, let's get you and your friend to take a shower. It'll help you rest well later." Shane led Ramon and the others to wash up. According to the results, none of these people were dangerous, aside from a few answers that most had lied about. But those were simple responses that anyone in their situation would have answered in the same way. In short, there was nothing to worry about regarding these new people who had been welcomed into the community. The next day, Ramon's group was placed in a special area within the prison facilities. The lie-detecting device used by Nara was highly effective. The first thing she analyzed was whether they had any kind of trauma. In this case, the men and women were separated into different groups, while a full evaluation was conducted based on the results. Then, the questions designed to assess and verify their psychological state were part of a questionnaire that some of the survivors inside the prison had to answer from time to time. New questions were created, and many others were asked to ensure that everyone responded honestly, allowing for the collection of a greater amount of data. After the survivors arrived at the prison, they had to spend 2 days in isolation and observation to ensure they were not infected. Once it was confirmed they were not, 2 days later, based on their previous evaluation results, taking into account incorrect answers and their behavior during this time, their profiles would be classified into 4 levels. The results of this classification would play an important role in the evolution and security of the prison. For those who posed minimal threats, a certain degree of freedom could be granted. They would then be observed for half a month before being re-evaluated to determine if they were fit to become soldiers. If a survivor was identified as a potential problem, further investigation and analysis would be required. They would be divided into different levels of danger, and only after their details were sufficiently understood would they be granted a certain degree of freedom, followed by long-term observation. If the risk was too high, to the point of being uncontrollable, a special team would be assigned to relocate the survivor to a much safer place outside the prison. These procedures were what Jason applied to everyone he took into his group. Now that his community had grown too large for him to manage alone, he had people handling all these tedious tasks. 2 days later, Ramon and the others were finally released according to the program. They reunited with Nara, who provided them with more details about the place, informing them that their dormitory would remain the same. However, they would no longer be restricted inside the cells. While they would still be under someone's care, it would only be for half a month. Ramon and the others understood well that this wasn't about an escort to protect them. It was clearly someone assigned to monitor them. But they also realized that these people's intention was to maintain the security of this place. In a situation like this, it was already incredible that they had been accepted at all. Soon, everyone noticed that all the guards who had been living in their unit for the past 2 days had withdrawn, leaving only a single guard at the unit's door. Ramon shared his thoughts with the others and decided to go outside and take a look. Stepping out of the unit's door once again, several people were still surprised by what they saw with each step they took. These fortifications had obviously been built recently. From what they understood, nearly a year had passed since the end of the world, and the fact that these people had managed to build something like this was truly admirable. Ramon glanced at the soldiers accompanying him, wanting to ask them some questions, but he hesitated. Still, considering the days ahead, he insisted on asking, "Hello, can I ask you some questions?" The soldier nodded and responded with an unusually friendly tone. "Of course. In addition to being your companion, my other task is to be your guide. To make sure you understand what this place is, you can ask whatever you want." The group exchanged glances, then Ramon looked at the soldier. At that moment, Jasmine whispered, "Don't forget to ask if we can visit different areas of this base." Ramon nodded discreetly, then turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "I'm Ramon. I haven't asked for your name yet, so it'd be nice to know it." The soldier smiled slightly and extended his hand to Ramon. "Hello, my name is Glenn. Nice to meet you, Glenn. I'm Ramon, and these are my friends, Jasmine, Rosalinda, Juan, Gomez, and Tina." Glenn and the others exchanged greetings. Then he reminded them of something. "First of all, I'm not actually a soldier. I'm just a survivor like all of you. Before ending up here, I was a pizza delivery guy. Don't be so nervous. While I'll be following you closely, your freedom won't be restricted. You can talk to anyone in this place. Of course, the other person has the right to refuse to talk to you. So, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask, but I suggest you first learn about this place." Ramon nodded in appreciation and then asked his questions. "Glenn, I want to ask, what's happening in this survivor base? This was supposed to be a prison, right? Who's the leader? And why is everyone so well equipped?" Glenn smiled slightly, then pointed to the main prison structure not far away. "Wow, you have a lot of questions. I'll be brief in answering them. The leader of this place is named Jason. Many call him Captain because he was a former soldier. As for what we're doing here, obviously, we're surviving. Most of the people here are regular survivors. This place was modified following the leader's intuition, and he mobilized everyone to achieve this outcome." "How many of you are there?" Jasmine asked from behind Ramon. Glenn thought for a moment and answered uncertainly. "There are about 350 people here. I never really cared to know the exact number." Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Ramon, being the most observant, asked, "In this place? Are there other places like this?" Glenn scratched his head and said, "Well, the Class 2 authority figures are working to establish new shelters to protect people in different locations." "That's impressive. All right, let's not waste words. Come on, I'll show you something really exciting." Everyone exchanged curious glances, and, under Glenn's guidance, they were just as shocked as they had been the previous day. Glenn even told them that this shelter currently housed over 14 tanks, 30 armored vehicles, 2 Apache helicopters, and 3 cargo helicopters. Hearing Glenn's words, several people were momentarily stunned. Soon, they arrived at the main residential area. Unlike the unit they had been living in, the environment of the main residential area was simply breathtaking. The interior had been almost completely renovated. The white walls and hard bunk beds of the individual rooms had been replaced with comfortable multifunctional bunk beds. The iron doors of each cell had long been removed, replaced by closed doors with wooden windows. The floors were no longer gray and black concrete. Inside, they had been replaced with wooden flooring, and the outdoor hallways were covered with tiles. Along with the low-energy lighting system and underground water system, several people even spotted a bathhouse. Ramon recalled returning to his room, looking toward the dark and damp prison beside him, and feeling an uncontrollable desire in the hearts of many people. "Ramon, we have to stay here. We won't find a better place than this," Jasmine said seriously, looking at Ramon. They had been wandering for too long. Some people beside them also looked at Ramon and expressed their thoughts. Just as several people were engaged in a heated discussion, a sudden series of whistles echoed through the main courtyard outside. Beep, beep. The sound of the alarm echoed through the base. Ramon and the others shuddered and, almost instinctively, stepped aside, scanning their surroundings for the cause. They knew that sound meant something, but they had no idea what. They could only assume it was important, perhaps a threat or an event outside the base. Immediately, a group of heavily armed soldiers gathered in the main courtyard. At the same time, the door of the main building swung open, and a man dressed in a black tactical uniform with a red bandana tied around his right arm rushed out, followed closely by several others wearing bandanas of different colors. Shane, the captain who had rescued Ramon and his group, quickly advanced toward the newcomer. They exchanged a few hushed words, and soon after, the man with the red bandana began issuing orders with authority. Without wasting time, he grabbed a weapon and boarded a Humvee equipped with a machine gun. 3 more armored vehicles rumbled into the courtyard, moving heavily. With a single command from the young man, more than 20 soldiers climbed into the remaining vehicles. In a matter of seconds, the convoy set off and disappeared through the base's main gate. That man was Jason. He had only returned to the prison a few days ago after months of absence. He leaned back slightly in his seat and closed his eyes, trying to regain some energy. The prison had been built following a meticulous plan. For 6 long months, everyone had worked tirelessly, training, reinforcing structures, consolidating that place as the hidden stronghold of their community. From there, they could organize rescues and relocate survivors to the growing shelter in Atlanta. Suddenly, Jason's radio crackled with static. "ZZ. Jason, this is Rick. I think I saw a helicopter go down. Should we head there?" Jason's eyes snapped open. He grabbed the radio and pressed the button to respond. "ZZ. Copy that, Rick. We're already on our way. You focus on completing your mission. We don't need backup for now, but we'll keep you informed." "Understood. Stay safe on your end." Jason kept his voice calm, but his mind was anything but at ease. If his sense of time was accurate, it had been about 200 days since he moved into the prison and established a new refuge in Atlanta. According to his calculations, the time had come for the next phase of major events to unfold. Jason clearly remembered that in the third part of the story, a helicopter crash occurred at the beginning of the events, triggering a series of crucial incidents, ones that were extremely important for Jason. Among them were the sinister plans of the infamous governor, the leader of a rather large community. He also recalled how, in the original story, many fans started hating Andrea at that point. However, he knew the situation wasn't that simple. In the comic version, which was a very different story from the TV series, Andrea was one of the key members of the group. With this knowledge and everything he had done so far, Jason couldn't afford to waste the opportunities that were about to come knocking at his door. That was why both groups, one led by Rick for resource gathering and the other by Jason, were heading to the same point. And if, for any reason, they crossed paths with the governor, there would be no negotiation. There was no way to reason with men like him. Letting their guard down for even a second could cost them their lives. Jason knew that a confrontation with him was inevitable. If the governor discovered his existence, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him, just as he had done with so many others in the past. This time, Jason and his group responded to the helicopter incident faster than in the original story. However, the arrival of both sides was still uncertain. To avoid any unforeseen situations, he decided to take his elite rapid response team, each of them heavily armed, to the crash site. They were equipped with machine guns, bulletproof vests, ballistic shields. Everything was prepared for a direct confrontation if necessary. But the governor wasn't the only unknown factor in this equation. Jason also remembered that, in the original storyline, the woman with the sword had been captured by the governor's people at this moment. However, this time, Andrea wasn't gravely ill, nor was she lost, which could change how events unfolded, something that worried Jason. Could it be that she wouldn't be there this time? Following the timeline of future events, Jason also knew that there were soldiers inside the helicopter. In the original story, the governor captured the survivors, interrogated them about the location of their camp, and, after getting the information he wanted, he executed them. Not only did he seize their weapons, but also their vehicles, further strengthening his control over his refuge. Later, the governor justified his actions by claiming that the soldiers had planned to take over his town. A ridiculous excuse. Why not simply integrate the military into his community and take advantage of their combat experience? Jason didn't know if the governor had acted out of fear of losing authority or for some other reason. But this time, Jason would do things differently. To be honest, Jason acknowledged that the governor had once been a good person before the world ended. However, everything he had been through had completely changed him. The man he was now was nothing more than a deranged psychopath. And the best way to deal with someone like that was with a swift and definitive solution. He couldn't allow him to be part of his future plans. Not only was he unstable, but also unpredictable. However, eliminating him wasn't so simple. The governor had strong influence over his refuge, and his followers trusted him completely. If Jason wanted to win over those people, simply killing him wouldn't be enough. He needed to expose his true nature so they could see for themselves the kind of leader they were blindly following. Faced with this, he had two options. He could eliminate the problem immediately without worrying about the consequences, or he could be patient, gather evidence quietly, and expose him when the right time came. The four armored vehicles moved swiftly. Jason set aside his thoughts and focused on what lay ahead. Before he could make a decision, a voice on the radio pulled him from his musings. "ZZ. Shane, any updates on your end?" "ZZ. Nothing yet. We haven't found anything." "ZZ. Then we need to hurry to the red zone. If there are survivors, we need to rescue them." "Copy that." After a few minutes, the vehicles reached their destination. Jason stepped out with the rest of the team and took in the scene. The helicopter had crashed into a forest. They couldn't go any further with the vehicles, so he ordered them to split into two groups to approach the crash site from different. When they finally arrived, the scene was harrowing. The aircraft was burning, sending thick columns of black smoke into the sky. Its fuselage was completely warped from the crash. Near the wreckage, a soldier lay mangled on the ground. The impact had torn him in half. Jason approached the corpse and took his identification tag. Then, without hesitation, he drove his knife into the soldier's temple. The last thing he would allow was for these men to turn into walkers. They didn't deserve that fate. Reaching the cockpit, he saw that there were still two occupants inside. One of them wasn't responding. Quickly, a medic stepped forward, reached out, and confirmed he had a pulse. The pilot, on the other hand, was still conscious. Jason wasted no time. He stepped out of the cockpit and began issuing orders. "All right, take what we need and evacuate the wounded." "Yes, sir." The only thing Jason wanted now was to get out of that place as soon as possible. He was sure the governor's people would arrive soon. Besides, there were no signs of Michonne, which led him to deduce that she probably wouldn't show up there. Without wasting time, he began giving orders. Just as they were about to move, a rustling in the grass caught his attention. Jason reacted immediately, raising his weapon and taking cover behind the helicopter cabin. With a hand gesture, he signaled the others to take cover. The bushes on the opposite side shook, and a moment later, Shane emerged from them. Seeing there was no danger, Jason lowered his weapon, stepped forward, and gave him instructions. "Shane, lead a team to take care of the nearby walkers while we retreat. Do not shoot." "Got it. I'll handle it." Shane nodded, drew the dagger from his waist, and called several group members to spread out and handle the matter silently. Jason turned to the others and continued giving orders. "Tommy, you're on lookout duty. The rest of you, focus on evacuating the wounded. Hurry up." "Understood, Captain." Wasting no time, Tommy slung his weapon over his back, assessed the surroundings, and climbed a tree to get a better view of the area. Meanwhile, Jason quickly searched the helicopter wreckage for weapons and ammunition. Once the wounded were placed on stretchers, everyone withdrew silently. Just as Jason and his group disappeared into the trees, two figures emerged from the opposite side of the forest. They were two dark-skinned women. One of them, with a sword on her back, held two walkers restrained by ropes. She was none other than Michonne. The other woman, also dark-skinned, held a pistol with a tense expression as she carefully observed the surroundings. Michonne tied the walkers to a nearby tree. Both had had their arms and jaws amputated, rendering them completely harmless. "I'm going ahead to take a look. Cover me from here." The armed woman nodded and disengaged the safety on her pistol. Michonne trotted toward the helicopter wreckage, and as she approached, she saw the body of the soldier who had been thrown from the aircraft. At first glance, he was split in two from the impact, but something about his face made her frown. A chill ran down her spine. She quickly leaned down to examine the corpse, and as soon as she confirmed her suspicions, a cold sweat ran down her forehead. Someone else had been there before them. Upon seeing this, Michonne didn't have time to inspect the inside of the helicopter cabin. Her first reaction was to run back immediately the way she had come, but then she heard the sound of an engine not too far from her position, approaching at high speed. She approached cautiously, and from a distance, she saw several cars parking inside the woods, trying to hide among the trees. Alarmed, Michonne quickly ran toward her companion, who wasn't far away, and they both crouched down in the grass to hide. "What's going on?" Janet asked upon seeing the urgent expression on Michonne's face. Michonne motioned for her to stay quiet while, instinctively, her right hand rested on the hilt of her sword. Her eyes were fixed on the clearing not far away, and as the sound grew closer, she hid herself. After a brief pause, she thought she should say something to calm her companion's uncertainty. "I only saw 2 dead people at the site. Someone else was here, but it looks like more people are coming now. Don't make a sound. They must not discover us." Michonne didn't want to reveal too much right now. It wasn't the right time, and if they kept moving too much, they risked being discovered. That's why she decided not to say anything else. No need to mention all the dangers women face in the end of the world. The most beautiful ones might be lucky, but those just trying to survive will be used by stronger groups to satisfy their needs. Michonne had unfortunately seen many such incidents. As they remained motionless, they watched as a jeep entered the woods and stopped. 5 people got out of the vehicle. "Let's go," ordered a firm voice from the distance. The speaker was none other than the governor, the leader of this group, and the one Jason was too cautious about. With an authoritative tone, he commanded his men to disperse and eliminate the nearby walkers. After surveying the surroundings, the governor walked toward the downed helicopter. The first thing he saw was the split body on the ground. "Governor," shouted Martinez, one of his most loyal men, pointing to the scattered bodies around and saying, "Looks like someone's been here. There are walkers taken out all over the area." The governor's face hardened even more. He leaned forward and looked inside the helicopter cabin without saying a word. "Damn it," the governor murmured as he saw something that confirmed his suspicions. The same wound in the eye socket of one of the corpses he had seen earlier. That wound must have been made by an allied and very long knife. The governor narrowed his eyes and scanned the area, as if expecting to find something hidden among the vegetation. Someone's been here, or maybe one of the wounded managed to escape. With that in mind, the governor turned to his men and ordered, "Search the surroundings. They can't have gone far." "Understood." All the subordinates responded to the command and began moving, searching the ground for traces left by the fugitives. "They went this way," a dark-skinned man shouted, pointing to a line of tracks in the dirt. That was the same direction where Jason and the others had retreated. Martinez was the first to arrive and carefully examine them. After a few moments, he looked up at the governor with a tense expression. "These are the footprints of many people. Should we still pursue them?" Martinez confirmed that these were military boots. There were definitely survivors. The governor squinted his eyes, his gaze growing colder. Then he looked down at the soldier's corpse beside him and suddenly stomped on the face with force. Once, twice. He kept doing it without stopping, crushing the soldier's face into a bloody mess, as if venting his pent-up rage. The rest of the group watched in silence. Martinez, though shocked by the brutality, said nothing. "Who are you? Don't move." Suddenly, a shout rang through the forest. Everyone quickly turned toward the sound and saw one of their men with his weapon raised, aiming at a spot between the trees. The governor made a motion with his eyes, and his men began to slowly surround the area. Knowing they had been discovered, Michonne grabbed the woman beside her and ran toward the bushes. Her companion, gripped by panic, reacted too late but tried to follow her. However, her weakened body didn't respond as expected. She felt a sudden dizziness, and before she could take more than a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. Michonne stopped immediately to help her, but it was already too late. The governor's men had surrounded them on all sides. With no other choice, Michonne slid her hand to the hilt of her sword, but she found multiple guns pointing at her from every angle. "What do you think you'll do with the sword?" Martinez's voice sounded calm, but with a clear warning. "Don't do anything stupid. Our bullets are much faster than your blade." Michonne looked around. There was no escape. With a frown, she slowly crouched and dropped her sword to the ground. The woman beside her did the same with her gun before raising her hands in surrender. The governor approached slowly and confidently. His cold expression had softened a bit, although his eyes still held the same intensity and brutality as before. When he was in front of them, he observed them silently for a moment before speaking in a measured voice. "Do you know what happened to the pilot of this helicopter? I'm quite surprised he disappeared before we arrived. Isn't that right?" Michonne kept her expression firm and responded coldly, "I don't know." The governor shrugged and smiled enigmatically. "Well, I understand, but still, you'll have to come with me. And I'm sorry to say, but my methods might seem a bit offensive." When the governor returned to the vehicle and started heading back to his refuge, Michonne and the other woman had their eyes blindfolded. They could only vaguely see the outside through the small gaps in the cloth. Through the blindfold, Michonne could distinguish trees passing quickly by the window, ruined houses, and walkers wandering among the debris. Everything looked dark, filtered through the cloth covering their eyes. All she could do was curse her bad luck in this situation. Suddenly, the intercom sound activated from the first row of the vehicle, followed by the governor's voice. "ZZ, prepare the infirmary." "How many people?" a male voice asked on the other side of the intercom. "Two. Both women. One of them is not in good condition. Probably too scared and dehydrated from lack of food." "Understood, Governor. We'll reach the refuge in 5 minutes." Although this trip didn't yield much profit, at least we managed to rescue 2 lovely ladies. The governor said in an overly kind tone. "What happened?" "Well, Milton, I think now's not the best time to talk about that, don't you think?" The governor turned off the radio impatiently. Michonne soon noticed the vehicle slowing down as they approached the refuge. Through the blindfold, she could make out human figures standing on an improvised wall made of tires. "Michonne," a familiar female voice sounded beside her. Michonne turned her head and responded softly, "I'm here, Janet." They were taken directly to the infirmary, where a doctor examined them. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "They're just malnourished. They'll recover with good nutrition." Janet was the first to speak, covering her arm after the medical examination. "Doctor, why are we locked up here? What is this place?" The doctor looked at them with a complicated expression. Then he glanced at the 2 people posted at the door. He hesitated for a moment before responding. "I shouldn't answer that question." With that said, he packed up his instruments and left the room. Before the governor could speak upon entering, Michonne interrupted him firmly. "We want our weapons back." The governor smiled with apparent satisfaction. "Of course. I'll have your things prepared later." Janet looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Then why are we locked up in this room?" The governor glanced around, inspecting the doors and windows of the infirmary. Then he raised his hands in feigned confusion. "Do you see sealed doors or windows? Since when have they been closed? We're just keeping an eye on you to make sure you don't make a mistake, that's all." Janet furrowed her brows, very annoyed, and said, "That's the same as saying we're under strict surveillance, right?" The governor's face hardened, and his voice became firmer. "Listen, first, I have to think about the safety of my people. To me, you're strangers right now. We don't know you after all. We don't know you either." Janet shot back with the same intensity. "We just want our stuff and to leave here." Janet stared directly into his eyes, her tone making it clear that she wasn't going to back down. Upon hearing this, the governor looked at the 2 women with a sincere expression and explained clearly, "I believe you have a misunderstanding about your situation. You are not prisoners, but our guests." After saying this, the governor paused and pointed out, "If you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. But not at night. That would only cause problems with the walkers out there." With that, the governor turned and walked toward the exit, gesturing for them to follow. "Welcome to Woodbury," the governor exclaimed as he walked out the door, raising his arms as he addressed the 2 women. Michonne and Janet walked slowly toward the door. When they stepped outside, they found a small town before them. An entire street of houses free of walkers, clean and tidy, with trees and shrubs carefully trimmed. The calmness of the night permeated the air, and at first glance, this place seemed separated from the horror reigning outside. The governor led them to the wall on the side of the town so they could get a better view of the landscape. Then, he took them to a room for them to rest. However, one thing didn't change. A guard remained posted at the door, giving them the clear impression that they were being watched. Michonne listened intently to the sounds coming from the other side of the door for a while. When the murmuring ceased, she called Janet over to sit beside her on the bed. "We're leaving first thing tomorrow," Michonne declared firmly. "I have a bad feeling about this place. We shouldn't let our guard down." Janet turned to close the curtains on the window, then looked at Michonne and whispered, "Did you see it too? That man they call the governor. He completely crushed that soldier's head." Then, when everyone was watching, his attitude changed immediately. Janet was a dark-skinned woman with short hair. In addition to being malnourished from a lack of food, she suffered from some illnesses that had made survival difficult until now. Yet, she had managed to keep going all this time. "That governor is a fraud," Michonne whispered, her expression cold. "He lives by deceiving the people here. He's a madman hiding his true nature behind that fake smile." The image of the governor's false smile was still burned into her mind, fueling her distrust. Everything about this place gave her a sense of imminent danger. She couldn't wait to leave. After a long silence, Michonne leaned closer to Janet and said in a reassuring tone, "For now, the best thing is to rest. We'll observe the situation and decide tomorrow. But still, this place doesn't convince me." Janet nodded slowly and began to relax a little. "They made an effort to bring us back. At least they won't attack us while we sleep, so we should rest." In a room known as a laboratory in Woodbury, many said this place was a laboratory, but in reality, it wasn't anything of the sort, even though there were several experimental subjects, some tables and chairs, bottles and jars with things inside them. This place could be considered a place to satisfy the governor's whims and for him to conduct some experiments. "What did you find?" The governor opened the laboratory door and asked Milton, who was busy at a table in the room. Upon hearing this question, Milton put down the notebook in his hand and with an excited look pointed to another walker on a table and said, "This is an amazing discovery." This woman cut off their arms, their jaws, and led them like they were dogs. When they lost their hands and jaws, these walkers lost their desire to bite. The governor looked at Milton and then walked toward a walker, observing the way it had been cut, feeling curious. After noticing his approach, the walker didn't move to bite him like the others outside. After a brief observation, the governor put his fingers into the walker's mouth, which had its jaw removed, and there was no biting movement, all of which made him feel very intrigued by this discovery. Why did she lead two walkers like dogs? The governor didn't look at Milton, but continued to observe the walker in front of him, although that didn't stop him from asking questions. Even though these walkers can't bite, they still walk, and if they've lost all instinct to attack, they're used as camouflage. The governor understood immediately and couldn't help but admire. "It's a brilliant idea." The next morning, Michonne woke up early and looked at Janet, who was still asleep beside her. She didn't want to disturb her just yet. Walking to the window, she heard the voices of many people. Intrigued, she slightly opened the curtains and observed what was happening outside. The quiet street from the night before was now full of life. People were greeting each other and going about their daily activities. However, Michonne frowned more deeply. A strong feeling of incongruity overwhelmed her, making her feel uncomfortable. Those people were simply wandering around without doing any real work, but their faces showed no signs of worry or doubt, as if they were completely used to that way of life. Since Woodbury was a considerably large refuge, keeping it self-sufficient required a constant supply of food and resources, which raised many questions in her mind. Where did they get enough food for so many people? Where did the weapons and ammunition come from? And most troubling of all, why did so many people seem to do nothing useful? For Michonne, many things in this place contradicted reality. That feeling was the main reason she didn't trust Woodbury. No one here seemed aware of the true nature of the current world. Everything seemed to be under artificial control. As Michonne sank deeper into her thoughts, Janet woke up beside her. A good night's rest had made her look much better. Seeing Michonne standing by the window, Janet also approached. "What's going on?" Michonne didn't respond immediately. She simply pointed outside, signaling to Janet to look. "Is it just me, or are these people doing nothing?" Do you think they're sick, or are they being controlled? So, you notice it too? Janet murmured, her expression serious. This place is strange, and so are its people. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Michonne shared her concern, but another part of her knew that even escaping from this place might not be as easy as they thought. Just as they left the room, they found a beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a floral dress, waiting for them at the door. The woman greeted them with a smile, without introducing herself, and simply gestured toward the governor, as if she were there on his orders. Then, without saying a word, she invited them to follow her on a brief tour of the town. With no other choice, Michonne and Janet followed her, paying close attention to every detail. Michonne soon realized that what she had seen from the window wasn't the full story. There were some scattered crops in the town, but the amount was minimal. She couldn't believe that so few vegetables could be enough to feed the whole community. Some people were even taking care of ornamental plants, which only heightened her distrust. To Michonne, it seemed like these people refused to accept the reality of the world they lived in. Could they really afford to waste time on flowers and useless plants in the middle of an apocalypse? As Michonne and Janet explored the governor's attractive refuge, Jason successfully rescued the pilot from the fallen helicopter. Unfortunately, the other soldier, who had been transferred to the prison, did not survive his wounds on the way back. The only remaining soldier was gravely injured, but his determination to live kept him conscious until he arrived at the base. There, the best doctors worked throughout the night to stabilize him. Finally, they managed to save his life, though his recovery would take quite some time. When he woke up, he was settled into a separate room. His body was covered with bandages, with M4 hanging beside the bed. Only his head was uncovered. "Where am I?" he murmured in a weak voice. Hearing this, Jason, who was sitting beside him with a bottle of water in his hand, noticed the soldier beginning to react. In a calm tone, he immediately responded, "Easy, friend. You're safe, don't worry." The soldier blinked several times, trying to get his bearings. His instincts kept him alert. With effort, he turned his head toward Jason and, noticing his military uniform, asked in a slow voice, "Are you also from the army?" Upon hearing the question, Jason calmly nodded, not hesitating to admit what he had been asked. He had been asking himself the same question for a long time. Was he still a soldier? In the current world, that didn't really matter. The only thing that mattered now was being a survivor. But as a captain of the Special Forces, that status had brought him certain opportunities, like the one now before him. A soldier nowadays relied on another much more than one could imagine. When he reunited with the squads in Atlanta, with all those soldiers and survivors, he told them he was from the Special Forces, but that he and his people were working hard to maintain a safe haven for everyone, going against Operation Cobalt, which many had deserted. The next step had been to assume the leadership needed to guide all survivors down the best possible path in this new world. That approach had worked out well for him. With the chain of command in ruins, what did it matter if someone with Jason's flaws became a leader? He knew that, in time, the military could become a threat. In reality, running into military groups in the future wouldn't be a good thing, but that wasn't relevant right now. With 2 survivor bases, military forces guarding those shelters, and order maintained under a clear command system, Jason had nothing to worry about but moving forward. Seeing that the soldier was watching him with a look full of anticipation, Jason let his actions speak for themselves. He pulled a metal tag from around his neck and raised it in the air. "Luckily for you, you can call me Jason. I'm a captain of the Special Security Forces, and right now I'm in charge of 2 large shelters where my soldiers and the survivors fight to stay alive in this chaotic world. It was a surprise to find you alive. I'm glad you woke up." The soldier looked at him, astonished, and sighed in relief. Then, with a trembling voice, he asked, "Sir, do you know what happened to my comrades? Were they saved by your people too?" Jason looked at the soldier in silence before shaking his head slightly. There was no need to say anything more to answer that question. Then, with a solemn gesture, he took 2 dog tags from his pocket. He held them in his hands and carefully placed them next to the soldier's pillow. The soldier squeezed his eyes shut, trying to hold back the tears that had started to fall. He murmured through sobs, clearly overwhelmed. How could this happen? How could this be happening? We were just out exploring the road. Jason sighed and, in a calm but firm tone, said, "A lot of things could have gone wrong with your helicopter. Maybe the maintenance wasn't up to standard, and that caused an engine failure. All of that should have been considered before you decided to go on a recon mission." This scene marked the beginning of the third part of the story in the world they now lived in, and many started to debate. Some claimed that the helicopter crash had been caused by the governor shooting it down, an absurd and impossible theory, given how many things would have had to line up for such a feat to occur. The most likely cause was poor helicopter maintenance. Nowadays, resources were increasingly scarce, and maintaining a helicopter or a tank consumed materials that were hard to come by. Others suggested the crash had been due to strong gusts of wind affecting the engine, which could have caused the accident too. After a pause, Jason looked at the soldier seriously and said, "You've been through a lot, soldier. We have a long list of survivors, and I really hope someone important to you is on it. They'll bring it to you later so you can read it." Sometimes, new survivors would arrive at the bases and find close relatives or friends, which greatly benefited the growth of the community. For this reason, a list had been created with the names of all survivors at each base to keep a clear record. "Thank you, sir," the soldier replied, his voice broken. Maybe, for him, what had happened was too much to process, a terrible, unbearable feeling. But in the end, it had already happened, and there was nothing he could do about it. Jason took a few steps toward him and, with a deep look, said, "There is someone else who is still alive. We did everything we could to bring him to our base, but he didn't make it. He was being treated all night. I want you to understand that from now on, your only goal is to survive for them. Do you understand me, soldier?" "Thank you." The soldier, though still pale, seemed to have regained some color. He thanked Jason with a choked-up voice. "Your name is Wells, right?" Jason asked. He had already checked the tag around his neck earlier and didn't want to look like a fool. "Yes, I'm Wells. Captain. Nice to meet you, Wells. You can call me Jason. You're the first person to call me Captain who isn't one of my people. Though now that I think about it, my rank might be closer to Colonel these days. But with the special ranks we use in the bases we protect, that doesn't mean much anymore." Jason shook his head, looked at Wells, and then asked, "Wells, can I ask you something? Can you tell me what happened to the base you were at?" What Jason really wanted to know was where the squad that escaped with Wells was located. However, he knew he couldn't ask directly. Since he already had an idea of what happened and why those people had fled, he used his skills to gain Wells's trust first. Since the location of that squad wasn't mentioned in the original story, Jason knew he'd have to find it himself. After all, there were at least 15 regular troops in that squad, and recruiting them would be useful for the base. At the Atlanta shelter, there were already over 500 soldiers and about 300 police officers, all recruited with the offer of protecting the base, which was now expanding. And not only were soldiers needed, but also good citizens grateful to have a safe place to stay. Even if the base they protected were breached, Jason knew it wasn't just bullets that were needed to take out walkers. Soldiers hadn't been very effective in the original story, but that didn't worry him. With the right knowledge, they could become quite powerful. Wells began to speak, unable to stop, telling Jason all the details of his team's unfortunate encounters. It wasn't very different from what Jason had already imagined. According to Wells, someone had been bitten and turned into a walker. The infection spread uncontrollably, and that's when everyone started fleeing. When they finally managed to escape, they found the road blocked by vehicles. Not knowing if the area was safe, they decided to observe from above. After patiently listening to Wells's account, Jason looked at him intently and said in an authoritative tone, "Well, that really was a tragedy. Do you know where your teammates are? Leaving them without answers for too long, with all those walkers outside, wouldn't be right. Where are they?" Jason didn't seem truly interested in saving his teammates or knowing their location. He spoke as if it were just an act of kindness from a superior officer to some abandoned soldiers. In the original story, Wells had also eagerly explained his comrade's location. Though the information was useful to him, Jason wanted to make it clear he wasn't putting too much importance on it. "Are you really going to send a group to rescue them?" Wells asked without hesitation, eyeing Jason's military uniform. Could they be army comrades? Hearing that his teammates might be saved, Wells described the approximate location where they were and then looked at Jason with a pleading gaze. "Sir, I beg you, please save my comrades. I hope you can bring them back safely." "Don't worry, they'll be rescued," Jason replied calmly, looking at him with serenity. "I'll do it. Now get some rest." After saying goodbye, Jason quickly walked away to find Shane. "Gather an elite team. Come with me and call T-Dog and Glenn. I want them to drive 2 vehicles. Also, prep gas for the tank and the cars." Shane nodded and left quickly. Soon after, the 2 armored Humvee vehicles with mounted machine guns and a tank rolled out through the prison gates and into the darkness of the night. Woodbury town. Michonne and Janet had been brought to this town by the governor's people, and now they were sitting at a table with him and Milton. As she looked at the food in front of her, Michonne couldn't help but feel increasingly uncomfortable. The governor, helping to serve and warm up the food, apologized in a tone that tried to sound friendly. "I'm really sorry. I don't have much to brighten up the mood." Janet, with a kind smile, waved her hand and pointed to the food in front of them. "This is perfect. It's been a long time since we've eaten this well. Really, we appreciate your hospitality." Michonne, on the other hand, didn't say a word and chose to remain silent. The food was basically packaged rations. According to what the governor had said, they'd been living in Woodbury for several months. Michonne ate slowly, but she was already thinking to herself that if they were relying solely on scavenged food, they wouldn't last long in this place. She had the sense that the shelter had no self-sustaining system. It was strange, she thought, that over a year had passed since the end of the world began, and they were still depending on what they could scavenge from the city. If they didn't build a system of their own, these shelters wouldn't last. Eventually, all those camps would become raiders, bands that stole from smaller groups of survivors. Now, Michonne was beginning to suspect that the people of Woodbury weren't far from becoming that. Maybe they already were. Maybe now they were the monsters that preyed on others. During the meal, Milton kept asking questions about the 2 walkers that accompanied Michonne, as if they were pets. Michonne simply glanced at him now and then, not offering much in the way of explanation. Anyone who knew the story would understand that those 2 walkers were more than that. One had been her boyfriend, the other a close friend, and she didn't feel like talking about them, much less explaining what had happened. Seeing that Michonne wasn't interested in conversation, Milton eventually fell silent, realizing he wouldn't get anything else out of her. The meal ended quickly. After finishing, Michonne and Janet asked for permission to retrieve their weapons and leave. At first, they thought the governor would deny their request, but they were surprised when he agreed without hesitation, as if it were no issue at all. "All right then, get ready, and we'll hand over your weapons at the exit. If you need more weapons or a vehicle, just ask and we'll find something suitable for you," the governor said to both women with a relaxed expression, as if they were just stepping out for errands and not planning to leave for good. Neither Michonne nor Janet wanted anything from the governor. Seeing his overly friendly attitude, they declined his offer. They took the weapons they'd arrived with and decided to leave as soon as possible. At the gate, the governor insisted one last time. "I still think you shouldn't leave. I don't need to remind you how dangerous it is out there. Even though our resources are limited, it's easier to survive together." Michonne, who had remained silent until that moment, finally spoke before walking away. "Thanks for your kindness, but we'd rather take our chances out there. I'm not used to the kind of life you lead here." After saying that, she didn't want to explain further. In the original story, she didn't talk much with Andrea before leaving either. Only at the end did Andrea approach her and warn her that the governor was planning to attack her. But even then, Michonne didn't lose her composure, something she'd always admired about herself. Seeing Michonne's determination, the governor had no choice but to give up. With a helpless gesture, he raised his hands. In his mind, he had already marked them as dead. Yet, his face returned to a neutral expression. As they reached the gate, Martinez stopped both women, preventing them from passing. Michonne thought the people here had changed their minds. She turned her head to look at the governor behind her, but he only waved his hand toward the city wall. Then, gunshots rang out from above, followed by dull thuds as bodies hit the ground on the other side of the gate. At that moment, the governor signaled to the men atop the wall, and someone quickly moved to open the gate without hesitation. As Michonne and Janet stepped out, the governor made a gesture, touching his neck, and directed it toward Martinez. Martinez understood the signal, nodded, and walked back toward the town. Now in the forest on the outskirts of Woodbury, Michonne and Janet walked while discussing everything they had experienced inside that place. To be honest, I think we might be making a mistake by leaving. Don't you think life in that town wasn't so bad? The people there seemed pretty well off. After a pause, Janet showed a regretful expression and, looking ahead, voiced what she had been thinking since they left the shelter. I know the governor has issues, but who cares if he's a good leader? Michonne let out a bitter laugh and replied to Janet, who still seemed to cling to the hope of a better life in this hell. Let me tell you something. There's a serious problem in that place. If we stay there, we'll definitely regret it. With how things are going, it's only a matter of time before that place falls apart. Janet didn't give up and said, "What's so wrong with it? I just think the governor is a bit off, but the rest of the town seems like normal people." Michonne shook her head, unwilling to go into detail. In the end, it was all just her own suspicion, so she didn't feel like explaining any further. Instead, she said, "Maybe not all of them, but I know those people are bad." The idea of ignoring what was happening inside that shelter, of immersing herself in that fake sense of normalcy when something was clearly wrong, was something Michonne couldn't fully explain in words. So she chose to stay quiet, quicken her pace, and continue taking down the walkers that appeared around them. A while passed in silence until Michonne finally spoke. "Let's hurry. I suspect the governor will send someone after us." Soon after Michonne finished speaking, Martinez appeared with several people, catching up to them in the woods. Michonne and Janet quickened their pace and finally emerged from the forest. Just as they were hesitating on which path to take, they heard a gunshot behind them. Bang! Michonne reacted instantly. Upon hearing the shot, she threw herself to the ground, making the shooter miss the target. However, when she looked at Janet, who remained still by her side, Michonne realized something was wrong. She crawled over to her, not far away. When she reached her, the sight horrified her. Janet lay on the ground, her abdomen soaked in bright red blood. Her clothes and back quickly became drenched. A few seconds later, Janet coughed up blood. Michonne's mind went blank. Shaking, she grabbed Janet's arm and cried out in a broken voice, "Janet, hold on, please." But Janet, barely able to look at Michonne's face, said nothing. The truth was, she no longer had the strength to keep fighting. The blood continued to pour from her mouth until, little by little, life left her body. At that moment, Martinez and the others had already reached them. Michonne and Janet had been together for more than half a year, sharing every day, taking care of each other, and supporting one another. Seeing Janet coughing up blood sent Michonne into a panic. Tears streamed from her eyes as she touched Janet's body in vain, trying to stop the bleeding. But all she managed to do was get her hands covered in blood. As Michonne desperately tried to save her friend, a group of people surrounded her, led by Martinez and Crowley. She felt a figure pass in front of her, and the sorrow in her heart instantly turned to rage. She reached for the sword on her back, but in that moment, she felt someone pressing a gun against the back of her head. She tried to get up and resist, but a strong blow to the head knocked her to the ground. Martinez quickly stepped forward, took the sword from Michonne, who lay motionless on the ground, and stared at Janet's lifeless body. Martinez gave the others a wink, then approached the two fallen women. He looked at Michonne, dazed, staring at Janet, who was now gone. But the rest of the group didn't pause to consider Michonne's pain. Martinez picked up the pistol Janet had dropped, turned around, and they all started walking back into the forest. "Michonne, that's your name, right?" Martinez asked with a voice full of reluctant apology. "I'm really sorry, but we're just following orders to survive." No one understood better than him what it felt like to lose someone you love. He wouldn't wish that pain on anyone, but failure wasn't an option. On the desolate and quiet roads of Georgia, the sound of an engine echoed in the distance. Several nearby individuals quickly crouched, but as they looked closer, they saw two pickup trucks approaching from their side of the road. Martinez frowned as he glanced in the direction of the noise. From afar, he recognized one of the drivers, but what really caught his attention was the cargo in the back of the truck, loaded with numerous supplies. When the truck passed by them, it turned right, not going far before taking a fork in the road. Martinez's group exchanged glances before he signaled forward. If I'm thinking correctly, that truck belongs to the group that rescued the helicopter pilot, the same one we couldn't even find. If I'm right, it wouldn't be a bad idea to follow them and take a look. Upon hearing Martinez's words, Crowley leaned toward Michonne and whispered, "If we follow them, what do we do with her?" "Kill her." "We won't." Martinez shook his head. "You know the governor. At least one of these women has to go back with us. The other, the one with the weapon, we had no choice but to kill her. If we kill this one too, we won't have anything to show when we return." "Fine." Crowley huffed, resigned. He then told someone to bring him a rope. Quickly, he tied Michonne's torso tightly, making sure she couldn't move. When he was done, he looked at her and said, "Listen, we're not going to kill you, but don't try to escape. Just follow us, and nothing will happen to you." Michonne, still sitting on the ground, stared at him expressionlessly, not responding for a long moment. Crowley, wasting no time, yanked her up, grabbed her by the neck, and coldly growled, "Listen to me, bitch. Just follow along and don't do anything stupid. If you can't keep up, don't blame me for what happens." After those words, Crowley flashed a malicious grin, but Michonne paid him no attention. She stared back coldly, lips pressed, unimpressed, and completely ignored him. While the others finished up what was left at the scene, Michonne was dragged in the direction the trucks had gone, following the tracks of the group that had passed just minutes earlier. At that very moment, Jason was sitting in the back of an armored vehicle. After hearing from Wells earlier that morning about the approximate location of their companions, he quickly organized a team to head toward the destination together. Suddenly, the radio on Jason's vest, which had been silent until now, crackled to life. "Z. Jason, it's Rick. We're back at the prison." Jason calmly opened his eyes, lifted the radio with his left hand, and replied in a steady voice, "This is Jason. I got your message. We're currently on a mission. I'll contact you later." "Copy that." The message over the radio pulled Jason from his thoughts about his next move. He looked out at the road ahead, then asked the driver, "Estimated time until arrival?" "About 10 minutes or so, sir," the driver replied quickly. Jason gazed down the endless road ahead, rubbed his tired face, and took out his canteen for a sip of water. As the cool liquid trickled down his throat, he sighed softly, easing some of his fatigue. He tried to shake it off, feeling energy return to his body. "Let's get this done quickly. I don't have much time," he thought to himself. The sun shone brightly on the faces of those inside the armored vehicle. Everyone was fully equipped for the encounter with those soldiers. But Jason couldn't shake the feeling that this situation was different. Unlike the governor, who could act more freely, Jason had faced far more enemies. And these weren't just civilians. They were cops and soldiers who had become something far more sinister. "I don't expect it, but I must be ready for the worst," Jason reflected. That was the only reason he had never been defeated. He was always prepared for the unexpected. Even in calm moments, he kept a knife hidden in his boot, ready to strike if needed. Can we really trust that group of soldiers? T-Dog asked with a skeptical expression. Since he'd started following Jason, he'd learned a lot, but this felt different. "It won't be a problem," Glenn replied. His face lit up with a confident smile. "We've got their comrade, and they probably need our help. We should help them." Hearing Glenn's words, Jason couldn't help but smirk before replying. "They're desperate. A helping hand, especially from us, is all they need. We'll help them, but who said we can trust them?" After speaking, he narrowed his eyes and adjusted his grip on his weapon. He knew he wouldn't let any opportunity pass, not with the knowledge of the future he possessed. At the same time, he wanted to train the people inside the prison. T-Dog and Glenn had amazing potential. They could become truly trustworthy allies, and Jason was determined to help them reach their full potential. The weather had turned colder, And while it was comfortable inside the armored vehicle, Jason knew things outside wouldn't be as easy, not even when walking across the corpses of walkers. As the pair of armored vehicles began to slow down, Jason's group was nearing their destination. From a distance, they could make out several trucks and Humvees parked in an open area to the left. Some soldiers were on patrol, while others worked on maintaining the vehicles. Scattered on the ground nearby were piles of walker corpses, evidence that this group had been here for a while. The armored vehicles didn't stop and continued into the open space where the others were stationed. The soldiers' leader crouched behind a car for cover, observing that the vehicles belonged to the military, though they had been Two faces were visible behind the machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles, both covered. If those guns opened fire, there'd be no question. They'd be wiped out in an instant. Some soldiers had already noticed the situation. As the vehicles approached, a young soldier rushed forward and urgently asked his superior, "Corporal, what do we do?" The corporal peeked outside and, after a moment's hesitation, exited the vehicle. The armored trucks had stopped just a few meters away, and he saw a group of people wearing military uniforms get out. The uniforms matched theirs, but their weapons... No, their weapons were far better, and their gear was clearly more advanced. The corporal raised his weapon and stepped forward, shouting at Jason and his group, "Stop right there. Identify yourselves." Jason stepped out of the armored vehicle without hesitation and began walking slowly toward the soldiers. With a firm voice, he shouted, "My name is Jason, Special Forces Captain. Since the chain of command was lost, I've been protecting civilians with my men. What's your status?" The corporal, surprised by Jason's words, looked confused and asked, "Sir, if that's true, how did you find us?" Jason raised his hand, showing a military ID badge for all to see, and replied, "Corporal, we have Wells. My team found his crashed helicopter, but thankfully we managed to save him." "Where is he?" the corporal asked anxiously. They'd been waiting for Wells for a long time. The sergeant had been gone for a full day, flying the helicopter, and according to their estimates, he should have been back hours ago. Jason pointed in the right direction as he approached and said, "We have a large base that way. Sergeant Wells is severely injured, and under the circumstances, we need your help to reinforce our defenses." Hearing this, the soldiers behind the corporal burst into cheers, laughing and pumping their fists in the air. The corporal stepped forward, took Jason's ID, and inspected it carefully before asking, with a hint of doubt, "And the others? How are they?" Jason looked at him for a moment before putting his hands in his pockets and replying, "I'm really sorry about the others. We couldn't do much for them." The corporal's face darkened at that, but he quickly recovered and extended a hand. "Hello, sir. I'm Corporal Ryan. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. You can call me Jason," he said, shaking Ryan's hand. "My team and I were protecting the CDC in Atlanta when the outbreak began. When the command structure collapsed, I started gathering survivors and fellow soldiers in the same situation. They joined my refuge." Ryan's expression turned serious, and with a respectful look, he gave a military salute. "Captain Jason, it's an honor to meet you." Jason returned the salute with equal respect, but quickly focused on the objective. "Corporal, follow us. We're heading back to base now. We can catch up when we get there." Ryan nodded, but with a strained tone, said, "Sir, our vehicles are low on fuel. We had full tanks earlier, but they ran dry after reaching this location." Upon hearing this, Jason signaled to Shane, and shortly after, T-Dog and Glenn arrived, carrying several fuel containers. The corporal, now fully convinced of Jason's words, realized that if it weren't for some luck painted over a streak of misfortune, they wouldn't have access to this kind of fuel. He knew the other side was well prepared, and seeing this, all his doubts vanished. Along with Glenn, he began refueling the vehicles. Once Jason saw that the problem was solved, he wasted no time. The group soon set course for the return. Meanwhile, Rick and the others had already arrived at the prison. They instructed everyone to unload the supplies from the vehicles and then headed to their rooms. Lori was about to give birth, which filled Rick with excitement. She was expecting her second child any day now. All he wanted was to be by her side. Prison, west of Georgia, at the top of a watchtower. Daniel was sitting at the top of a watchtower. His face said it all, utter boredom. With his rifle resting on the edge, he slowly scanned the forest through the scope, lacking any enthusiasm. The area was calm. Too calm, actually. No walkers or people were approaching anymore. The prison had become a completely isolated fortress. The forest, once thick and lush, had been largely cleared. At least 100 meters of trees around the outer perimeter had disappeared, leaving a wide clearing between the vegetation and the first wire fence. That decision, made some time ago, had been key. It offered a clean and wide field of view, ideal for snipers stationed in towers like himself. Jason, as the leader of the prison, had considered that while the trees could offer some protection, they also dangerously blocked visibility. It was like closing your eyes just before an ambush. That's why he ordered the area cleared with simple and effective methods, also considering future expansions of the settlement. Today, the watchtowers were so tall that they rose above most of the remaining trees. Although they couldn't see clearly to the south due to the terrain's relief, the view from that side remained excellent thanks to the intensive clearing. The surveillance system worked in shifts, always with trained personnel. This time, it was Daniel's turn. He looked at his watch, almost noon. He was about to ease up a bit, maybe take a break, when something caught his attention in the scope. What the hell? Daniel muttered as he noticed something that had never happened before. Several figures suddenly appeared in his field of view. They were moving carefully between the trees, unaware that they were completely exposed. Thanks to the camouflage at the top of the tower, Daniel could see them clearly without being detected. Through the scope, he adjusted the focus and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 7 in total. What caught his attention the most was a dark-skinned woman, tied up, being carried by one of them. Daniel squinted. Shit, Daniel muttered quietly. The situation was clear. All the others were armed to the teeth. Except for the woman, the rest were an obvious threat. Realizing things were more complicated, Daniel immediately took the radio on his bed and reported the situation. Z, this is I-1. There's an armed group approaching from the West Road. 7 individuals. One appears to be a hostage. I have in my sights. Proceed with caution. Received, I-1. Stay alert. Tyler, from a central communications tower, immediately began issuing orders one after the other. The entire prison sprang into action. The watchtowers were reinforced with extra personnel. The workers who were in the outer fields were immediately pulled back, and all doors were sealed as a protocol. In less time than it takes to sing a rooster's song, a Level 1 alert was activated. An external threat with unknown firepower had been detected. That meant no one was to be outdoors, and an attack team would handle the situation. A group of 10 people with Level 2 clearance was deployed without delay, led by Merle, who left the premises immediately. He was in his prime. Since he decided to follow Jason, his attitude had changed significantly. Though still tough, his character had been tempered, except when things got ugly. That was when compassion disappeared from his behavior. But over time, Merle had earned the group's respect. He'd shown that he could survive, that he could make tough decisions without flinching. In this world, morality was a luxury few could afford, and Merle understood that better than anyone. His brother Daryl also played a key role. He often went hunting, bringing fresh meat for the settlement. Sometimes he even captured live animals to raise them. Both, in their own way, helped keep the group's food supply stable. Thanks to that, people began to look at the Dixon brothers with different eyes. Merle, especially, began to feel something he never thought he'd need: admiration. For the first time, he was respected for just being himself. That silent recognition became a driving force that improved his performance in every mission. Who doesn't want to be accepted for who they really are? Although some fool themselves, everyone seeks the same thing: to be seen, to be valued. Sure, there are people who hate cats for no reason. And who's to say in this world they wouldn't hate you just for thinking differently? But in this new order, public opinion stopped mattering long ago. People no longer lived by what others thought. Here, everyone is free to be who they are, or who they need to be to survive. As soon as Merle led the response team out of the prison, he contacted Daniel in the watchtower for updated information. Thanks to Daniel's precise instructions, Merle easily located the enemy group's position. Damn vest, Merle muttered as he moved through the trees. How the hell can this thing weigh so much? Around him, the rest of the team kept a firm pace, alert to any movement. The distance to the enemy group was steadily shrinking. When they were just over 100 meters away, Merle raised a hand and stopped dead in his tracks. He took that moment to quickly explain the action plan. After giving the instructions, only Jim and a man named Marcos remained by his side. The others dispersed in formation, surrounding the area silently. "We're going to kick ass," Merle said with a half-smile before charging forward with determination. Meanwhile, Martinez's group advanced through the forest, unaware of what was coming. Every step they took was accompanied by the crackling of dry branches under their feet, the sound betraying their position with each movement. Although the environment seemed calm, something in Martinez's instinct told him they were on the right path. One of the things that made him suspicious was the almost total absence of walkers. Since entering the forest, they had barely encountered one or two. To him, that could only mean one thing: someone was regularly clearing the area. And where there's clearing, there's life. What Martinez didn't know was that they had already fallen into a trap. Behind them, one of the walkers who seemed to be wandering among the trees suddenly stopped. It took off its hood, pulled a small radio from its pocket, and spoke quietly. "This is attack command. The group is enter my position. 7 operatives. Confirmed, a dark-skinned woman is a hostage. Copy that, Victor. Move and support Captain Merle with the interception." "Understood." Without wasting any time, Victor put the radio away, took a step forward, and disappeared among the trees, ready to close the trap. Ignoring the walkers who weren't heading in his direction due to his camouflage, Victor pulled his hood back on and moved behind Martinez's group. A dozen meters ahead, Martinez raised the weapon in his hand, his gaze sharp, and signaled for those behind him to spread out while he slowly walked more cautiously behind the others. The people around him were getting more and more nervous, aiming their weapons while watching every movement in the surroundings. However, none of them realized that Michonne had slowed her pace and was now behind the group. Her eyes had regained their color, and she fixed her gaze on the rope in Crowley's hands while looking for an opportunity to escape that group. They all continued walking forward, each with their mind full of assumptions about what might happen. But just when they thought they were alert enough, a hoarse voice from a man sounded right in front of them. "Hey, stop right here at this point, in this place, and at this moment. If I were you, I wouldn't keep moving forward." "Who are you?" The sudden voice startled the entire group. Unable to see where it was coming from, they all, without thinking, held their weapons and aimed them forward in the direction of the voice. "I'm the ranger of this area. Damn invaders, get off my playground." It was Merle who spoke, and soon after, he appeared behind a large tree, grinning as he observed the people approaching the prison. Michonne was the first to react to the distraction of everyone, and Merle's appearance only made her act faster. Her gaze, which had previously been fixed on Crowley's hands, now focused on the rope he was holding tied to his body. At that moment, when Crowley raised the weapon, panicked, the rope in his hands was only held by one of his hands, and Michonne was sure she could escape. Under no circumstances did she want to lose this opportunity, so she tensed her muscles and leaped backward, pulling the rope with force. Crowley only felt the burning of the rope on his hand before letting it go, and the weapon he had also fell to the ground. Ash! In one swift motion, Michonne freed herself from Crowley's grip. Feeling the burning in his palm, Crowley had no time to worry about the pain. He quickly grabbed the weapon from the ground, and just as he was about to shoot Michonne, his movements froze. Although Michonne had separated from Crowley, she didn't expect to lose her balance and fall to the ground. By the time it took Crowley to raise his weapon, Michonne stepped back until she felt her back hit a figure. Looking up, she found a bloodied person, but the most curious thing was that they were holding a weapon and didn't appear to be a walker. Merle, who had been watching the entire process, grinned with a fake smile. He had originally wanted to joke around a little more with these people, but he couldn't help but watch as the black-skinned woman escaped the hands of those idiots. When he saw Crowley try to shoot, he knew he couldn't waste any more time. "I told you to stop, bitches." Merle's exaggerated shout instantly caught everyone's attention. Turning around, they stopped, and Martinez stepped forward, saying in confusion, "Are you telling us to stay still? But you're holding a banana, and your weapon is on your back." Merle grinned, showing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, and it was then that Martinez felt something wasn't right. And indeed, Merle spoke again, this time loudly. "Everyone, don't be shy. Let's greet our guests properly." As soon as Merle finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the surroundings and slowly surrounded Martinez's group. Crowley, who had lowered his weapon a while ago, showed a nervous expression. Soon, Michonne, who was about to be killed, found herself face to face with a scout who had come from behind the group and intervened suddenly. Seeing how the situation was unfolding, Martinez smiled ironically, dropped the weapon in his hands without resistance, and then turned his head to look at the others. "Put down the weapon." Several fully equipped individuals surrounded Martinez's group, and they, unable to do anything, lowered their weapons. Merle signaled one of his men to bring Michonne to his side. When she was brought closer, Merle stared at her and said, "Tell me, honey, why were you tied up? They must have treated you like an animal. Now you're safe." Michonne had no time to pay attention to Merle's ridiculous words. She just turned her gaze toward Martinez's group, and they began to feel fear about what she was about to say. "Because they killed my friend. They want to take me back, and most likely, it's to torture me or do something else unimaginable to me." Merle seemed surprised and turned his gaze toward Martinez after he asked, "Is what she said true?" Upon hearing the question, Martinez quickly shook his head and pointed at Michonne before explaining, "Don't listen to her nonsense or make hasty decisions. We didn't kill her friend. She stole our stuff, and we just caught her to bring her back to our shelter. All we were going to do was wait for everyone to decide what we should do with her. That's it." Martinez's words changed in the most convenient way for survival. Of course, he didn't want to reveal the truth to these people. If the other side discovered what they were really doing, their end would come much faster than they expected. Merle, like a judge in court, looked back at Michonne, pointed at Martinez, and then asked, "That idiot said you were a thief. How do you explain that?" Upon hearing those words, Michonne's lips trembled with rage. She turned her head to look directly at Merle, and then said, "I'm telling the truth. I can show you my friend's body." Merle shook his head and then, in a tone that tried to sound apologetic to help Michonne, said, "I'm really sorry, dear, but by now, she's probably a walker." "That's impossible. She was shot, and she wasn't infected by the walkers." Seeing the hatred in Michonne's eyes, Merle immediately realized which side was telling the truth. He then pointed and said, "Well, no matter how you die, everyone eventually turns into a piece of walking meat." Regardless of the stunned expression on Michonne's face, Merle turned to look at Martinez. "Haha, I think I've already decided who the winner is, but you bunch of idiots are lying right in my face." As he spoke, he raised the gun in his hand for the first time. Seeing this, Martinez's expression drastically changed. Just when he thought he had persuaded the other side, it turned out he hadn't. He pointed, No, please don't shoot. We're just following orders. Our shelter leader told us to do this, and it's not something we can refuse." "Are you confessing you did it?" Merle's tone turned cold, and at the same time, he extended his hand and grabbed the radio from his vest. "Easy. Tyler, we have the rats under control. Just now, they killed a survivor. What should we do with these people?" "Merle, it's Jason. Wait a moment while I head to your position." "Understood." After a brief exchange of words, Merle turned off the radio and said, "Take your weapons and bring them to me. You all stay here. Don't make any wrong moves." Michonne had just regained her composure when she heard the words and approached. Just as she bent down to touch the weapon, she heard Merle's voice behind her. "Wait. Don't be impatient, sweetheart." Perhaps due to Merle's reminder, Michonne had no other thoughts at that moment. According to Merle's request, she handed over all the weapons around Martinez and the others to the watch team, then approached Crowley, extended her hand, and took the samurai sword from his back. She coldly glared at these people, then slowly walked toward more and handed it over. Merle drew the knife, looked at it, clicked his tongue, and tucked it behind his back. The group waited for about 10 minutes, and, As Martinez and the others grew increasingly terrified, they heard the sound of someone approaching. Merle looked back and saw it was Jason, who was followed by Rick, Shane, and another group of 10 people. Jason! Merle hid his cynical expression at that moment, shook his head, and began narrating everything he had learned about this group. Jason's eyes scanned all these people one by one. Of course, he knew who some of them were, but he hadn't expected to encounter Michonne under these circumstances. If Andrea was still in the prison, he couldn't understand how Michonne had also ended up at the governor's shelter. This situation was confusing and had to be handled carefully, so he thought deeply about what to do. After listening to Merle's words, Jason lowered his gaze and then asked Michonne, "If you said they killed your friend, why did they do it?" When she heard this, she said, "I don't know. We had no conflict. We didn't argue or steal anything. It was just me and Janet spending the night at their camp." The more Michonne spoke, the angrier she became about what she had lived through. Jason, on the other hand, thought silently and pieced together how everything had unfolded. If she hadn't crossed paths with Andrea as in the original story, she somehow met this woman named Janet. This time, the outcome was different. Janet decided to leave the governor's shelter, which led to her inevitable death. Now, Jason understood what would have happened to Andrea if she had left that shelter when Michonne did. Everything had been explained to him, from the first encounter with those people to how they ended up here. After hearing Michonne's account, Jason looked at Martinez and the others in his group, walked slowly toward them, and then began to speak. "You all know, don't you? I could kill you all right now. All I need to do is say a word, and your hearts would stop beating." Upon hearing these words, Martinez's face was covered in cold sweat, and the others could only remain silent, from nervousness to terror. They couldn't explain it, but they felt that the man in front of them was a real killer. But this feeling only lasted a moment. There was no need to shout or be pointed at with a weapon to feel it. When everyone looked up again, they saw a man smiling at them. But that smile was anything but reassuring, and immediately, everyone thought Jason was crazy. Martinez, who was always fighting to protect his life, looked at Jason and persuaded him. "Friend, I recommend you don't kill us. We'll leave now if you let us go. I'm serious. We have a lot of people at our shelter. You and your people definitely don't want to be our enemies." When Jason heard Martinez's words, he gave him an odd look and said, "First, you beg for your life, then you threaten me. Should I think your leader has no damn idea where we are now?" After a pause, Jason lowered his voice and said, "But it's fine. I can let you go, but you have to answer some questions honestly." When everyone heard Jason's words, they were very surprised. Although it's true that the defenses at the prison were now very strong, very few people understood what Jason was trying to do. Michonne, on the other hand, was the most affected. She looked at Jason and shouted, "No, you can't let them go. These people are murderers." Jason made a gesture to stop Michonne from speaking further, then turned his gaze toward Martinez and waited for their response. The few people saw that there was hope of leaving, so they nodded frantically, caring about nothing else. Upon receiving an answer, Jason nodded and said, "I want you to think carefully about your answers before you say them. I don't like lies. From what I've heard, it seems your leader told you to kill these people. How many times has your leader asked you to do the same?" Although Jason didn't differ from these orders, like when he asked Tommy to deal with some troublesome people, such as Carol's husband, among other men, he wanted the people around to be aware of the threat they were about to face, of the kind of crazy person they were about to deal with. "There have been some times, you must know there are many mouths to feed at our refuge. We had to do it for them." Martinez said in an unnatural tone, "How many people have you killed? Does your leader do it personally, or does he just order you to do it?" "I don't remember, but when we go out, the governor is the one who gives the orders. We just follow orders to survive. You must understand that." "I understand that. I can't blame you." Jason paused and then asked, "What I'm curious about is, do the people in your refuge know how you and your leader obtain the resources you feed on? Do they know?" Martinez remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Seeing this, Jason was satisfied with what he had heard, then said, "All right, you and your friends behind you must listen closely to what I'm about to say next." They all nodded nervously. Sighing slightly, Jason took a step forward and said, I just want you to consider one thing and make it clear. Today I spared your lives, so there wouldn't be conflicts with you people later on. If the governor of your refuge or you decide to attack us, then neither my people nor I will hesitate to kill you, eliminating the trash that you are. Martinez and the others finally saw the opportunity to leave, so they didn't pay much attention to Jason's words. Martinez didn't even realize that when they checked him earlier, there was something in his pocket. Thank you very much. As a good leader, you made the right decision. We don't want any unnecessary bloodshed either, Martinez said with an expression full of gratitude. All right, if you're leaving, hurry up and don't waste my time any longer. After speaking, he saw Jason signaling the surroundings, and everyone lowered their weapons as they retreated with Jason and the others. Martinez also backed away in front of them, retreating more than a dozen meters before turning and heading off under the protection of the trees in the area. Ignoring the few people who left, Jason turned to look at Michonne, signaled for her to follow him, and then started walking back to the base. During this time, Jason had made plans to resolve the governor issue without shedding too much blood, and that plan was now in motion. Michonne, who stayed behind, did not follow them. Instead, she decided to ask a question that many were asking. Why didn't you kill them? Are you afraid of them? Letting them go is a stupid decision. It will bring you problems later. Jason smiled, looked at Michonne, and said, At least you were deceived. I'm glad this game wasn't discovered by those people. Do you really think I let those people go out of fear? Give me my weapon, and I'll go alone. Michonne had no intention of following Jason's group, but she said while looking at the sword behind Merle. Jason understood what she wanted, walked over to Merle, took the sword from him, threw it to Michonne, and then said, I can't force you to follow us, but you'll definitely understand my choices in depth if you stay. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking back with his people. Michonne was a strong woman, and no matter if she decided to follow him or not, he couldn't force her, considering her character and the way she thinks. At that moment, Rick looked at the hesitant Michonne, hesitated himself, and said, I was a police officer before the world ended. I guarantee you that Jason didn't let them leave here just like that. He's a good person. He and his people risked their lives to save many survivors. Not everyone understands what he does, but I can be sure he never makes a mistake. Michonne looked at the man in the sheriff's uniform standing in front of her. For some reason, she found that her subconscious didn't reject the people from this group. Seeing this, Rick didn't intend to keep persuading her. He turned around and followed his group. Michonne narrowed her eyes and then looked at the group getting farther and farther away, thinking about what to do next. Michonne, still trapped in the debate of her subconscious, looked again at the crowd moving away. For some reason, those people gave her a different feeling than the one she had when facing the governor. Although the man who appeared to be the leader seemed calm and removed from violence, everything inside her told her it wasn't true. True to her intuition, which she had always trusted, Michonne decided to follow the crowd. However, before doing so, she wanted to observe the base of those people with her own eyes and then make a decision. Soon, a large wire fence appeared before her, followed by a majestic wall. The wide field surrounding the base, people working the land, and a defensive trench unfolded before her eyes. Unaware, Michonne continued walking after the crowd until she reached the entrance. That's when a strong smell left her stunned. The air was tainted by a mixture of animal waste and the characteristic rotten stench of walkers. The people in this refuge didn't waste time or energy caring for flowers or decorative plants. Instead, they had developed a hidden defense system around the wall and trench, which made Michonne begin to have a different opinion about the place. She also noticed several curious details. There was an isolated area where walker corpses were piled up, which initially deeply confused her. Very few seemed to know exactly what they were used for. In another sector, several people held work tools. Due to the recent appearance of intruders in the forest, everyone had taken a 1-hour break before resuming their work. Then, on the other side of the inner wall, she heard the laughter and shouts of children playing. She hadn't heard such genuine laughter, full of security, in a long time. After crossing the gate to the inner courtyard, she finally discovered the source of the sound, a small playground. Seeing it, she finally understood the meaning of the words Jason had told her before leaving. Standing in the middle of the main square, Michonne noticed that there were still 14 soldiers in uniform with them. The atmosphere fell silent, and she stood aside, alert to the next moves and decisions that would be made in that place. "What's the trick this time?" Shane asked, somewhat bewildered upon realizing that Jason had let the intruders go. Jason, noticing the stares directed at him, smiled and said, "Their leader has some strange behavior. I don't blame him. I've also committed sins I don't even dare to name. But I want to test the governor. I want to know what he'll do next." After saying this, pausing for a moment, Jason pointed out, "We don't have anything to worry about. We just need to contain our strength and not put all our eggs in one basket." Apparently, not everyone in that refuge led by the governor is ill-intentioned. Everyone fell silent. They knew, from the reports, that Jason and a small group had completely wiped out a refuge very similar to the governor's. Therefore, they weren't really worried about what might happen in such a well-protected place. While Jason was busy personally organizing all those people, Martinez and his group ran through the forest at full speed. They kept running until they could no longer and finally stopped, panting from the effort. "Are they following us?" Martinez asked those behind him. "No, they really don't seem to have any intention of following us." Crowley answered with a relieved smile. A moment before, he thought he was going to die, but he hadn't expected the other group to let them go so easily. "Let's go quickly. We have to get back before it gets dark," Martinez said, who was in better physical condition. He was the first to move again, urging the others to follow. It was already night when Martinez's group finally returned near the Woodbury refuge. Exhausted, they all longed to get home. They knew the horror the night brought and the hidden dangers the darkness harbored. When they spotted the silhouette of the refuge in the distance, barely visible, they all quickened their pace. One of the members, who was at the front of the group, exhausted from the effort and accumulated stress, momentarily lost his focus. However, his body kept moving almost by instinct, driven by the need to reach the refuge. Just as he passed near a large tree, a walker suddenly emerged from the other side without warning. The man tried to defend himself by raising his arm, but as soon as he extended it, the creature bit him forcefully. "Ah, damn it!" he screamed, in pain and desperation, as the walker pounced on him. His agonizing scream attracted other walkers in the area. Martinez wanted to intervene to save him, but soon realized that a large number of walkers were starting to approach in his direction. Within seconds, 2 more were coming toward the fallen man. The 4 remaining members looked at each other with doubts, then turned their gaze toward Martinez, waiting for a decision. "Let's go. There's no way to save him," one shouted, and the group quickly turned around and ran toward the entrance of the refuge. After all the effort of the day, they hadn't achieved any results. They had almost died at the hands of a mysterious group, and now one of their own had been bitten by a walker. Once they finally entered the refuge, everyone headed straight for their rooms without saying a word. Martinez also wanted to go to sleep, but the governor was still waiting for him. He had no choice but to gather his patience and head to meet him. "Knock, knock, knock. Sir, come in." Martinez opened the door and entered the governor's room. He knew the governor wouldn't be asleep at that hour. To be precise, the governor wouldn't go to bed until he was sure they had returned. Upon seeing Martinez's haggard face, the governor put down the book he was holding, turned his head to assess his condition, and asked, "What happened?" After collecting his thoughts, Martinez explained, "As planned, we managed to kill the first woman. The other one was arrested, but a group of new survivors took her. On the way back, one of ours was bitten by a walker." Hearing that someone had died, the governor's expression didn't change much, but his eyes lit up upon hearing that they had encountered another group of people. "Another group of survivors? How many are they?" At the question, Martinez answered uncertainly. "First, an 11-person group appeared. They got in our way as if they just wanted us to stop. Then their sub-leader came with 2 more people. That's all we could find out at the time. In total, there were about 20 people. They seemed well-fed and well-equipped. The leader explicitly told me not to attack them or otherwise. Otherwise what? The governor asked, frowning. Otherwise, they would kill us as if we were trash, Martinez replied, clearly remembering Jason's words. A spark of anger appeared in the governor's eyes. Apparently, that group had dared to threaten him. He stood up, crossed his hands behind his back, and walked to the window. He observed the silent, dark exterior of his house for a moment before asking, "Do you think that group represents all their strength?" Martinez lifted his head, mentally reviewed every detail he had seen, and after a moment said, "The weapons and equipment they carried were of good quality. They seemed well prepared. I'm afraid they're also the ones who rescued the people from the helicopter. I don't think that group represents all their power." The governor didn't respond immediately. He just walked around the room while Martinez waited silently. "How many people here could we fight right now?" "There are more than 100 survivors in total, and between 70 and 80 are in fighting condition," Martinez responded, somewhat surprised by the question. "Go rest. Let me think for a while alone," the governor said, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Once Martinez left, the governor took a bundle of keys from his waist and walked to a door at the back of the room. After closing it, he sat on a sofa in the center. With the dim light illuminating the room, his eyes gleamed with a feeling that was difficult to decipher. On one side, the aquariums that covered an entire wall were filled with water. Inside, the heads of walkers floated. The governor suddenly stretched his arms and embraced the daughter who, at some unknown moment, had approached him. He tried to calm her with his arms, closed his eyes, and began to think in silence. As he observed her, his eyes turned cold, and he murmured quietly, "I'll get everything I want, daughter." The first contact between the prison and Woodbury ended after the governor's people suffered this foolish loss. Jason was sure of one thing. Knowing the vengeful nature of the governor, the other side wouldn't leave him in peace, even if his men, including him, had been defeated. That disturbed man would get up from the ground and keep fighting while searching for new subordinates. In short, Jason wasn't worried about the situation at all. He trusted that he could easily handle the governor, but if he held back, it was only out of consideration for the people of Woodbury. He couldn't act recklessly if he really wanted to protect those survivors. If he wanted the inhabitants of the Woodbury community to voluntarily join his group, he would have to find a way to reveal the true face of the governor. Let everyone see his true personality. Only when the governor was exposed could the prison take control of that area. Only then could he secure a new, stable base that would provide strong logistical and operational support for his future movements. Although he already had a huge base in the city of Atlanta, traveling back and forth by helicopter was easy. However, sending people to fight or defend certain points was much more complicated. In the forest north of the prison, a group of 5 people ran toward the compound. The walkers were close behind them, and soon many more began to appear between the trees on both sides of the path, blocking their progress. One of the 5 seemed to have lost the ability to keep running and was being carried by 2 men. One of them kept speaking words of encouragement, trying to get everyone to keep going while checking the state of the wounded woman. However, her face looked exhausted, and she didn't respond to his words. The group was led by a duo of African-American siblings, a man and a woman. The man, bulky and wearing a distinctive wool hat, wielded a machete with strength, cutting down any walkers in his way. His sister, with long, somewhat frizzy hair tied back, wielded a knife with determination, quickly taking down the walkers in front of her while protecting the group advancing behind her. As the 2 siblings fought off the walkers, the woman began to pay attention to their surroundings. She realized they were about to reach the edge of the forest if they ran a few more meters. Through the gaps between the trees, she could vaguely make out an open space covered with trees and bushes. Without turning her head, she shouted to those running behind her, "Tyrese, we're almost out of the forest. We can't stop." The bulky man, Tyrese, cut down another walker in front of him and, without slowing down, shouted to his sister, "Sasha, go back and help Ben and Alan. I'll clear the way ahead." "How's Donna?" "There's no hope. She's gone." Alan replied in a tone full of sadness. Although Tyrese felt somewhat guilty, he knew there was nothing he could do in that situation. He gripped the machete tightly, and, without stopping, they all quickly left the forest. Tyrese was the first to run out. Looking up, he realized that in front of him stretched an open field, and there was no way to cross it without being exposed. A feeling of despair welled up in his chest, but he wouldn't allow himself to give up. Seeing there were no walkers on the sides, he turned around, relieved Ben, who was already exhausted, and began to advance alongside Alan, who was still carrying Donna. Clearing the way, the group ran without a clear direction. For now, all they could do was distance themselves from the group of walkers chasing them. Faced with this situation, they made a quick decision to head back into the forest. Seeing what was happening, Tyrese said, "We need to keep going. I'm sure someone must have built a shelter around here." Alan's face was marked by despair. He didn't believe Tyrese's words at all. At that moment, the only thing pushing him to keep running was the fear of the walkers closing in behind them. Sasha suddenly looked around suspiciously and asked uncertainly, "Didn't you notice there are very few walkers here?" Hearing her, Tyrese realized she was right. They had been going through the forest for a while and hadn't encountered any wandering dead. It was as if the walkers in that area had completely disappeared. Could it be that this forest is free of walkers? Tyrese asked, frowning as he examined the surroundings. He found no trace of the undead. Just as the group was puzzled, they saw two people emerge from the grass not far from them. Both were dressed in military uniforms and helmets, but what really shocked the group was that they were pointing their weapons directly at them. With Level 2 surveillance activated, Jason didn't allow anyone outside the prison to roam the area without being stopped. For that reason, as he analyzed the overall situation, he had deployed several attack squads at strategic points. "Stay still, don't move." Seeing the long black barrels of the weapons, everyone froze in place. Alan, terrified, even dropped the machete he had been holding. "Don't shoot. We're just survivors. We'll leave right now. Please don't shoot." Tyrese shouted while holding Donna with one hand and the machete with the other. Just as he was about to release the weapon, he heard a rustling from the bushes behind them. Soon, staggering figures began to emerge from the trees. "Get down!" shouted one of the soldiers. At hearing the command, Tyrese's group immediately crouched down. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. They felt the wind whistle over their heads, and a few seconds later, they heard the sound of bodies falling behind them. Though they didn't look back, they all knew it was the walkers being taken down. After the gunfire subsided, several turned to see what had happened. Several walkers lay on the ground, fallen just a few meters from where they were. Tyrese barely had time to think when one of the soldiers approached the group. Seeing the wound on Donna's hand, he asked in a firm tone, "Was she bitten?" Sasha, hearing the question, quickly replied, "We didn't have time to check her before. We were running the whole time. How long has it been since she was bitten? Her life depends on the answer you give me." The soldier didn't believe the lie they told him when he asked about the infected person in their group. "I don't remember. More than 10 minutes, Sasha answered immediately. "No, the virus has probably already spread through her bloodstream. We need to amputate her arm immediately." Considering the possibilities, the soldier didn't hesitate and looked at Tyrese, who seemed to be the leader of the group. "We have to amputate her arm. It will be a miracle if she survives, especially if she was infected with the wildfire virus." "I don't remember. More than 10 minutes. Sasha responded immediately. "No, the virus has probably already spread through her bloodstream. We need to amputate the arm immediately." Considering the possibilities, the soldier didn't hesitate and looked at Tyrese, who seemed to be the leader of the group. "We have to amputate her arm. It'll be a miracle if she survives, especially if she was infected with the wildfire virus." "Yes." Tyrese didn't understand half of what the soldier said, but seeing that he was willing to help, he nodded in understanding. "Give me the machete, Jim," the soldier ordered. "Yes, sir." Jim, who was behind, pulled out a long machete and handed it to his comrade. "Now, we need to apply a tourniquet. Tighten it 10 centimeters above the bite. I really hope this works." After saying this, the soldier pulled out a radio and reported the situation. Central, we have a group of 5 survivors. One of them was infected in the arm. I am proceeding with the protocol, but all indications are that the virus has already spread in her bloodstream for an indefinite amount of time. Received Group 9. The infirmary is being prepared right now. You can proceed with the protocol. Upon hearing the voice on the radio, no one in Tyrese's group attempted to interfere. Making a decision, the soldier who was holding the machete with both hands stood up and swung it forcefully. Crack! Crack! With 2 dry cuts, Dana's injured hand fell to the ground. Thanks to the tight tourniquet on her arm, the bleeding was stopped. Come with us, it's not safe here. The 2 soldiers guided some of the survivors toward the depths of the forest, one by one. Woodbury town. Early in the morning, the governor gathered his group of assassins and prepared to leave the area. The survivors in the city naturally thought they were going out to gather supplies again. They gathered as usual to hear instructions on how to stay safe. But unexpectedly, the governor jumped out of the back of a truck and addressed the crowd. Dear citizens of Woodbury, I have bad news. Something very unfortunate happened yesterday, something that really angers me. After our investigation, as we have always done, we discovered that the 2 women who arrived yesterday belonged to another group, and their stay here was intended to spy on the place. They wanted to learn our secrets, see our weapons, and know how many resources we have. When the crowd heard this, a loud murmur erupted, and it didn't take long before people began to show concern on their faces. The governor smiled with satisfaction at their reaction and continued to stoke the fire. Those 2 women stole things from my office. Unfortunately, I found out too late, so I sent Martinez to pursue them and retrieve what they had stolen. Fortunately, they caught up with them, but reinforcements had already arrived from the other side. The governor paused and pointed his finger. Martinez and the others were outnumbered, but they managed to defend themselves from the attack and killed one of our enemies. However, we also lost one of our own, Tim. How? Tim was killed. Oh God. Some of the men and women who knew Tim covered their mouths, shocked. The others also appeared visibly distressed. The governor surveyed everyone, his eyes scanning the faces of the crowd. Seeing the sadness and rage in their expressions, he added, The purpose of these people is clear. They want to destroy us. They want to end our community, which we've worked so hard to build. They want to loot our resources. Listen, what should we do? We must fight. We have to kill them. Seeing how everyone's emotions and thoughts were being manipulated by his words, the governor got what he wanted. He raised his arms and shouted, Let's destroy them. Let's defend our territory. All who can fight, grab your weapons. We're ready to leave as soon as possible. Amid the shouts filled with excitement and anger, the governor raised his hands. His once emotional face had turned expressionless, and he signaled Martinez to approach. Leave 2 or 3 people at the base to guard it. Everyone who knows how to use a weapon must come with us. All right, I'll take care of it right away, Governor. Martinez was about to turn around and organize the people, but the governor grabbed his arm again. Bring every weapon we've thought of. Of course. As everyone was getting ready to attack, the governor returned to his room to think. He needed to consider the next course of action. Currently, he was unaware of the enemy's situation and strength, but he also felt that the other side likely didn't know his situation either. Otherwise, why would they have let Martinez go? In other words, he could choose whether or not to engage them this time. The first thing to do was to gather as many details about the other side as possible and then choose the safest course of action. If the other side wasn't very strong, they could be killed, and everything they had could be taken after the attack. On the other hand, if they were strong, the governor's group would have to retreat, recruit more people, and once they had enough firepower, launch an assault on the enemy's base. Knock, 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 knock. A series of strong knocks interrupted the governor's deep thoughts. He frowned, grabbed his weapon, and opened the door. Milton, what are you doing here? Milton, standing outside the door, looked a bit hesitant and even flinched when the door opened. Once inside the room, Milton didn't speak for a moment, and the governor quickly grew annoyed. Are you all right? I don't have time for this. Get out now and come back when you're ready to talk. Seeing the governor begin to push him out, Milton finally reacted and made a decision as he looked at him. Governor, I think you need to reconsider this. What do you mean? This is clearly an act of revenge. Considering the possibilities, I think it's too risky. Milton was deeply concerned about the operation, and a persistent sense of unease coursed through him, warning that things were slipping out of his control. The governor patted the fearful Milton on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Milton, I'm afraid you don't get to make that decision. There's nothing to worry about. This time, I'm only going to negotiate with those people." "Do you really think I'm that impulsive?" Hearing the governor's words, Milton softened a bit and said, "That's good to hear. I thought you just wanted to attack that group of survivors who, like us, are only trying to stay alive." "Relax, Milton. I'm not that reckless. Enough talking. I need to make a few preparations." The governor patted Milton once more before turning around and heading back into his room. "Yes, all right. I'll be going then." Prison in western Georgia. "Sir, the survivors named Tyrese, Ben, Alan, and Sasha have been placed in isolation per protocol. Unfortunately, one of the female survivors died from a walker bite. A field agent tried to help, but first aid wasn't enough to save her." As Jason received the report, he felt strangely connected to the name Sasha. Then, recalling a scene that would unfortunately take place in the future, he realized which group of survivors this was. "Understood. Proceed as planned." Showing no emotion on the outside, Jason walked to his desk and smiled. Indeed, it had been a long time since he arrived in this world as nothing more than a stranger with advanced knowledge. Until now, he had been so focused on gathering resources that he had forgotten small things like this. Things he had promised himself he would change as a personal whim. Smiling, Jason murmured softly, "In the end, this world is changing me, too." What these survivors needed was someone like Jason, someone who didn't hesitate to create an ideal plan to eliminate all potential threats to his group's survival. And that's exactly what he had been doing, burdened by the future, acting with urgency. A few hours later, Tyrese and his group were placed in an isolation unit. Their friend Donna didn't make it. By the time they reached the base's gate, she had already stopped breathing. With the help of many people at the prison, Donna was buried in a special place, and the group submitted to a series of checks by the locals. They were then placed in this unit for a 2-day quarantine. Sasha chose to stay in the same cell as her brother Tyrese, while Alan and Ben were across from them. Though separated by a wall, that didn't stop them from talking. At the time, Sasha and Alan were discussing everything that had just happened, all they had seen and heard at the base, while Tyrese lay on the bed with his eyes closed, lost in thought, occasionally responding with a word or two. Finally, Tyrese's expression relaxed. This base brought him an unparalleled peace of mind. Even if he was isolated from the outside world's news and problems, lying in bed like this, he wished to feel this way forever. As the four silently waited out their scheduled isolation, the governor quietly led his men through the woods, not far from the prison. To avoid drawing attention, they all concealed their firearms and carried only melee weapons. According to Martinez, it had taken Jason and Merle around 10 minutes to walk from their first contact with the others. Moving through the forest was slower than on flat ground, and the leader's breathing had been steady, suggesting they weren't far from their base. The place where Merle's group was first encountered should be only a few hundred meters from the prison, or even closer. That's why this time, they came prepared with high-power binoculars to observe from a distance. Standing behind a tree, the governor leaned forward and peered through the binoculars in the direction Martinez pointed. Sure enough, he spotted a watchtower. However, the top of the tower was completely camouflaged to look like a treetop, with what appeared to be massive antennas attached, making it extremely hard to see from a distance. If he hadn't used high-powered binoculars and looked carefully, he wouldn't have seen it at all. After confirming the prison's location, he began to survey the surrounding area and spotted about 4 more watchtowers, all behind barbed fences. But from this vantage point, he couldn't see anything else. Now that the location of the watchtowers was confirmed, the next step was to find a spot from which they could approach undetected. Soon, he noticed the terrain on the southern side was more uneven and the towers were taller there. The group headed south. Once they were located, the governor said, "Martinez, Crowley, come with me." Let's check this area first. Since the other side knew that the watchtower couldn't fully see this area, they had likely increased patrols. But unexpectedly, even when they reached the edge of the woods, they encountered no patrols, making the governor even more convinced the enemy group was small. Still, the four of them didn't dare go too far and stopped a dozen meters from the forest edge. Oh my God, what kind of base is this? The men stared in awe at the towering wall in front of them. From this elevated ground, they could even glimpse parts of the courtyard. Once again, the governor raised the binoculars and looked at the giant wall nearby, then saw a large stretch of food crops. He could clearly make out a moat surrounding the land. Though the outer perimeter was guarded by wire fences, he could vaguely see several people working in the large vegetable field. Some structures resembling livestock barns were visible in one corner of the wall. Looking deeper in, the interior was blocked by another wall. They could only glimpse buildings curving off to one side, likely the living quarters. The governor handed the binoculars to Martinez without saying a word, deep in thought. Martinez, after observing, said excitedly, "Governor, there can't be many people in there. Most of them are just farmers working the fields. The people we encountered must be their entire fighting force. These folks are lucky to have found a shelter like this. There's no one in the watchtowers, no visible weapons. Only one person in that tower." The governor nodded, signaled everyone to fall back, and returned to the convoy. Waving to the group, the governor said, "Withdraw. There will be no war today. I'll think of another way." Unbeknownst to the governor's group, an elite team was stationed above them and in the surrounding trees. With silent movements and specialized gear, they watched the enemy without being detected. Resting weapons on their legs, they calmly observed the governor's group leave. The squad leader picked up a radio and reported, "The target has abandoned the area. Orders, sir. Let them go. It's not time to deal with those civilians yet." Jason's response was short and firm, proving everything was under control. The governor's group had arrived with force and left in haste. Yet as the governor got into his vehicle, he wore a confident smile, unaware that he had just stepped onto Jason's chessboard. Moments after their departure, people emerged from every corner of the prison and resumed their tasks, enjoying the rest of the day in peace. At that moment, Rick was sunbathing in the yard alongside his wife and son, his gaze fixed solely on Carl, who was playing a few meters away from him. And as a result of everything he had lived through up until now, he no longer saw him as just a little boy. Lori, resting her head on Rick's shoulder, wore an expression of complete peace. Her belly was now quite large. She had just returned from a checkup, and the doctor had mentioned that her baby would likely be born in just a few more months. With that news, Lori's mood was sky high, yet she also felt very nervous. If it weren't for the existence of this place and all the doctors here, she probably wouldn't have the courage to give birth to her baby. "Rick, have you chosen a name?" Lori looked at her husband and asked nervously. The smile on Rick's face didn't fade. He looked at Carl and said, "We could even let Carl name the baby." "No, he might come up with something weird," Lori said with an amused smile. "Then we should ask him." "Carl." As he said this, Rick motioned for Carl to come over. Rick gently patted Carl's head and asked, "Carl, what would you like to name the baby in Mommy's belly?" Upon hearing his father's words, Carl's curious face lit up with excitement, and he shouted, "Really, Dad? You let me name the baby?" After thinking hard for a while, his expression grew complicated, and Carl asked with frustration, "Mom, Dad, can you give me some time to think about it?" "Of course, son." Lori smiled at Carl's serious face and motioned for him to come into her arms. "Take your time and tell Mommy when you've made your decision, okay?" Lori laughed at Carl's thoughtful look. After all, she wasn't in any hurry, so she let her son enjoy the moment. "Rick, come on, some survivors just arrived at the prison." Shane suddenly entered and called out to his friend with a serious expression. Rick stood up, kissed his wife and son, then followed Shane out of the backyard. Shortly after leaving the yard, many people began rushing back to the main building from various parts of the general yard, most of them adult men. Everyone was following Jason's orders. No one opposed this game he alone understood and was calmly orchestrating. The soldiers, who obeyed without question, had been taught never to doubt their leader. The downfall of a base would begin when its soldiers started questioning the decisions of a leader who, up to this point, had been doing things better than anyone else. Soon, only a few elderly people, women, and children were left in the main yard. Jason's game board was already in play, setting the perfect stage for an important scene. Not long after, Rick brought in a female survivor from outside. She looked like a young woman, wore a cap, and Rick was holding a compound bow that had originally been strapped to her back. Ever since she had been rescued, the woman had been scanning the inside of the refuge. Her acting was good, but not perfect. She was far too easy to read. Wasn't it odd that she hadn't shown any signs of surprise or awe upon arriving at the base? From a distance, Jason was holding a rifle and focused on the woman's appearance. When he saw her face clearly, a cold smile formed on his lips. No, Governor. How could you send her? You made this far too easy. Unfortunately, this will be the blade closest to your immediate defeat. After setting the rifle aside, Jason picked up his radio and said, "Tommy, she's a spy as expected. Treat her accordingly." "ZZ. Understood, sir." If he remembered correctly, the woman who had just arrived at the prison was named Carla. She had been a key figure in Woodbury and someone who helped Rick move refugees away from the governor's grasp in the original story. And why was that? Because Carla had been one of the first blinded members of Woodbury who eventually saw the true face of her leader, the governor. When the woman reached the main yard, Nara was already silently waiting for her. Beside her stood Sam, who stared at the newcomer with a blank expression. Though she appeared calm, the woman only watched as the girl slowly approached her. "May I have your name?" Nara had no intention of being polite with her first words. She was direct. "Carla, are you the person in charge of this place?" Carla asked as she looked up, revealing her dirty face. At first glance, it seemed like she hadn't bathed in a long time, and her clothes only reinforced that assumption. Nara stepped back slightly, her face still wearing a calm expression, and replied in a flat tone. "You could say that, yes, I'm in charge. But let's not talk about me. Tell me how you found this place." This time, they didn't follow the standard procedure used for new arrivals. When Jason reported over the radio that she was a spy, many doubts arose, but no one questioned his orders. Michonne had observed her, but hadn't been able to tell at a glance whether she was from Woodbury, so the necessary tests would be done with little discussion. With a look of relief, Carla sighed and said, "When the apocalypse broke out, I was trapped in a small supermarket. I lived there for a long time and eventually met a group of survivors who were looking for a safer shelter. Without thinking much, I joined them. I used to practice archery with my dad. The group helped me find a bow. Later, after we ran out of food, we moved around for a long time. But just a few days ago, we ran into a large number of walkers. However, most of them died. I also got separated from my group because of the situation. After running and looking for a safe shelter, I ended up in this place." Nara listened to her in silence, and then said after she finished speaking, "We have a very strict system here. First, you'll need to undergo a full-body examination, then a more sophisticated interrogation, and that will help us decide how to place you. Can you accept that?" "I have no problem at all. This place is amazing. It seems like people here don't understand the danger happening outside these walls." Carla was a very good actress, showing a thoughtful expression as she spoke about her life. Carla had been sent to the prison by the governor. She hadn't had any contact with Michonne, so her mission was to gather information about the prison and then report it back to Woodbury. Before she left, the governor had thought through a series of scenarios Carla might face, from her backstory to memorizing everything inside her backpack. She had studied this for many hours. After arriving here, Carla unexpectedly discovered that everything she had prepared seemed completely useless. The young woman, named Nara, simply asked about her basic situation, then took her for a more sophisticated inspection, followed by a series of questionnaires while something was attached to her fingers. In the end, she was assigned to a room with a nice environment. When she left Woodbury, the governor had given her a radio and told her she would contact him within 10 days. So, at that time, she was expected to report on the situation at that place. If the others took away her belongings, she shouldn't worry. He would send someone to wait for her in the woods south of the prison in half a month, and she would be able to return to Woodbury without trouble as long as she found an excuse to leave. However, what she didn't expect was that they didn't take anything from her backpack. They just opened it to see if there was a weapon and then handed it back to her, which secretly made her happy, although she still made several ironic remarks. Anyway, it was just the first day, and Carla felt quite at ease. Looking around at the cell environment, aside from being a little run down, everything else was fairly decent. Aside from not being able to leave, even the meals were remarkable. Looking at the food delivered to her, Carla couldn't help but sigh at the difference. Most of the food here was vegetables and meat with some extra ingredients. The food was very fresh, far from what was served in Woodbury. Carla even noticed some vitamin tablets on the side of the rice tray. She couldn't help but sigh again and began to eat. In Jason's office, he was sitting silently while listening to Nara report what she had just discovered. Nara, who was seated across from Jason, was narrating the information she had uncovered earlier. Just as you suspected, everything was resolved with the least amount of detail and restrictions possible. Most of the prison survivors have been working on the other side of the wall these past few days, so we'll be ready to start working on the next stages of the plan. Jason carefully thought through the course of action. He wanted to make sure there were no gaps, so he pointed out, Nara, I want you to cooperate with the other captains. This plan is very important, and there must be no mistakes. I don't want any complications on top of all the trouble I'm already taking. Well, I've double-checked it many times. Captain Rick and Shane have gone over the possibilities as well, but I still think the current plan is too complicated and annoying. Nara's brows were furrowed with concern. Do you have a better way? Fine, we could just kill them all right now and move on to other problems. Would it be okay if I just wipe out that entire community? It's easy. I just tell Sam to attack with everything we have, right? Seeing the other person's silent expression, Jason didn't want to explain any further. He looked at the information on the table and reminded Nara, in short, don't let that woman go near the backyard, where we keep the things we usually don't use. And remember, don't have any contact with her. That's all. I'll observe things myself. Oh, and let Michonne know about the situation. Understood, Captain. Nara nodded with a slightly affected expression. When she heard Jason say he could kill all those people, she figured he had his reasons for taking all these precautions. During the following week, Karen successfully integrated into life at the prison and learned some important details about the place. The watchtowers surrounding the grounds are usually empty, or at least they have been for the week she has been there. The taller towers seem to be used only to monitor the yard and rarely have more than 1 or 2 guards, who, by the way, change shifts every 6 hours. However, she didn't know much about nighttime security. As a new survivor, she was not allowed to wander the halls late at night. As for the staff, she was sure there were no more than 25 guards, while the rest were elderly, women, and children. In fact, she found several elderly people who needed constant care from others. Some women would push them in wheelchairs so they could get fresh air and enjoy the sun. Additionally, under her observation, there seemed to be a shortage of weapons and ammunition. Every time a group went out, most were armed only with knives. Lately, she had only heard a handful of gunshots, and most of them came from the watchtowers. Recently, Karen had made a friend, a beautiful woman named Lena. She answered all of Karen's questions and told her everything about the areas of the base she couldn't access. Sometimes Karen asked informal questions, and Lena always responded enthusiastically, talking a lot about the topic at hand. According to Lena, this place was extremely boring. The whole day was reduced to farming and raising livestock, which was not very interesting. It was hard to meet new people, so she liked talking to Karen. Karen felt lucky to have made a friend so quickly. She thought that if the governor had sent someone else to the prison, the results might not have been the same. But throughout those days, life in the place made Karen, who had always firmly believed in the governor, begin to have some existential doubts. She felt that the people there were very good, especially their leader, a man named Jason, who had even taken the trouble to talk to her twice. What she had seen and heard in the last few days was also very different from what the governor had told her, especially concerning the story of a woman with a sword. That woman, with dark skin, was named Michonne. The governor had forbidden her to communicate with her for fear that they might be discovered. However, Karen couldn't contain her curiosity, so she still tried to make contact with Michonne. Although the other woman didn't speak much and her demeanor was fierce, Karen still managed to pick up some interesting information from the few words she said. First, she told her story, and, according to her words, she was not a spy from the place she was fleeing from. In fact, she had never had contact with the people at the prison before being brought to Woodbury. The second thing she mentioned was that Woodbury was a place where those who killed and looted to survive gathered, wolves stained with the blood of others, an illusion of survival. As for why she said this, Michonne didn't explain it further and didn't insist. She just gave her a meaningful look and left, her sword on her back. In the place where Karen was staying, she was now curled up in her bed, holding a radio tightly in her hands. Her face showed great confusion, and at that moment, she didn't know whom to believe. 10 days had passed. Should she send a message to the governor? If she didn't send the message in time, would her friend be in danger? The familiar faces appeared in her mind, and then the image of the governor appeared, along with a phrase he had told her before she left. Don't trust any of them. Only trust what you see. They're conspiring, and soon they'll attack us. They want what Woodbury has. Your friends and neighbors are waiting for news of your success. Karen's eyebrows, which had been furrowed, finally relaxed. The expression on her face softened, as if she had made a decision. She pressed the button on the radio. Woodbury, governor's room. Leaving the radio in his hand, the governor showed a brief expression of emotion, but it was so fleeting that even Martinez, beside him, didn't notice it. Do you think what she said is credible? Martinez asked, visibly concerned. Though he had also heard the conversation, he couldn't be convinced. The governor's expression was one of total confidence. He had always believed that his words and the brainwashing of all the survivors in that place were effective and marvelous. The situation, she reported, is not much different from what I suspected. The reason she was sent was to confirm my assumptions. Even if the other side forced her to tell me this, it won't be a problem. Recently, we've gathered more than 80 survivors who know how to use weapons. Didn't you see how they left the towers empty? After saying this, the governor pointed out, when we finish eliminating them, we'll tell the people here that we helped that shelter recently occupied by murderers, prisoners who were freed from that prison and who looted survivors. When everyone sees how wonderful this place is, won't they be grateful? From what Martinez understood about the governor, although he was a cruel and bloodthirsty person, he hadn't made a wrong decision so far. Thinking about this, Martinez suppressed his doubts, nodded to the governor, and left the room. Back at Karen's prison, throwing the radio in her hand, Karen felt inexplicably nervous. Her heart was pounding, and after breathing several times in an orderly fashion, she managed to calm herself down a bit. She wanted to reach out and grab her backpack from her room, but she realized that her hand was shaking violently. Was this the feeling of betrayal? She thought silently, knowing she had stability in her hands, but still, it was completely inexplicable that she was shaking so much. At that moment, she just wanted to go outside for some fresh air. Although she knew the base's rules and was aware that she wasn't allowed to go out unless there was an emergency, Karen didn't care at that moment. She walked out through the unit door and stood outside, looking at the calm landscape. After moving away from the city lights and the pollution caused by the factories, the night sky became more and more beautiful. Countless stars shone above the sky just below the prison. I'm doing this for my friends. I'm doing the right thing. Repeating this phrase in her heart, self-hypnosis finally made Karen's breathing stabilize, and her hands stopped shaking. Are you getting some fresh air? Karen, who was looking at the sky, suddenly heard a man's voice beside her. Startled, she screamed and crouched down, covering her face with her hands. Sorry, it seems I scared you, said the man in an apologetic tone. It was his fault, as she hadn't looked around and really hadn't expected someone to be standing right beside her after she stepped outside. Karen didn't see who was in front of her until she stopped moving. It turned out to be the leader of this refuge, Jason. Ah, you almost scared me to death. Karen patted her chest, feeling her heart pounding. Jason didn't care about her reaction, walked over to her, and sat on the ground, signaling for Karen to sit down too. The two of them just sat there. Jason didn't say anything, and Karen was too scared to say a word. At that moment, she was very glad it was night, and the other person shouldn't be able to see her expression. But as she was thinking about these unnecessary things, Jason finally spoke. Did you do it? How was the report to the governor? Karen felt all the skin on her body go numb. What did he really mean? How did he know she was undercover? With a horrified expression, her body began to sweat. Slowly, her face leaned toward Jason, and her fingers began to tighten. Karen did everything she could to contain her urge to run and asked Jason, "Sorry, what did you mean? I didn't hear you well. Can you repeat it?" When Jason heard Karen's trembling voice, he couldn't help but let out a slight smile. Then he stopped hiding what he knew. "Karen, to be honest, I knew from the first day you arrived here that you were a spy sent by the governor. Everyone here has just been acting with you." Upon hearing those words, Karen looked at Jason with a pale face. How could he know she was a spy sent by the governor? Thinking about it, she couldn't help but ask, "So, did Lena know too?" "Lena, that girl. I rescued her from the city of Atlanta and brought her here. She was just following my orders," Jason said, holding his forehead and mocking her. Karen was completely stunned by Jason's response. It turned out that everyone in this prison had been pretending to know her, knowing she was a spy. She finally understood why Lena smiled so many times when she said goodbye to her. She was always in the place these people wanted her to be. "Then, why didn't you kill me?" After understanding all of this, Karen simply expressed her doubts. There was no longer any chance of escape, which made her feel a bit more relaxed. Jason crossed his arms with the same tone as before and answered, "Karen, let me clear up a misunderstanding. In our group, you and yours play the role of the villains. Do you really know the governor?" Karen was shocked by what Jason had just said. In a bewildered tone, she responded, "But the governor said that you killed one of ours, and that you also wanted to steal our supplies by killing us all in the process. And that woman with the sword, wasn't she undercover in our shelter? Wasn't she sent by you?" Jason averted his gaze and then explained, "It seems that many of you have been enchanted by the governor's words. I know you can't believe me with just a few empty words, so I want to show you real evidence." After saying this, Jason gestured for Karen to follow him, took out his radio, and spoke for a few seconds before heading toward a spacious room. On the way, Jason glanced at Karen and then took the radio from her. "My apologies, but now that you know the truth, just in case, I need to take this. From now on, you'll be somewhat of a prisoner." Karen nodded to show her understanding and then followed Jason. Soon, they arrived at the spacious room. Jason turned on the light, entered, and sat in a chair, then gestured for Karen to sit wherever she wanted. This room was much more sophisticated than the facilities they had arrived at. It had been built for meetings. There was only a long table, a filing cabinet, and some chalkboards on the sides. Compared to the various security installations outside, this place was quite simple. Looking at Karen, Jason commented, "It's my habit to give 2 chances to people who can be useful for the future. You're lucky I still value you." Karen looked at him silently, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "What's that value in your eyes?" "Well," after pausing, Jason said, "I can say that I've been planning many of the things that have happened recently. It's caused difficulties, but I truly don't want to unjustly kill innocent people." After a while of waiting, footsteps were heard in the hallway outside. There was a knock on the door, and then Rick, Sam, Shane, Marco, Merle, Daryl, and Guillermo entered one by one. The group sat in various places around the table. Jason indicated that they should settle down and said, "Well, Karen, these people are the current leaders of this prison, and they're in charge of running everything. They're here to make a decision about the place you came from. First, we need to see this." After saying that, Jason took a small video camera out of a box, opened it, and explained, "Although the internet went down with society, these devices are still useful for things like this." The images on the camera began to appear in front of Karen. The footage showed a forest, with the camera shaking as if it was on someone's clothes, and then Martinez appeared, who seemed to be the leader of a group. Afterward, Michonne was shown, tied up with a rope. "Did you say they killed your teammate? Why did they do that?" Jason asked in an inquisitive tone. As the video played, Karen's face grew paler. When she heard Martinez reveal the governor's secrets, her face showed such shock that she completely forgot there were other people around. But that wasn't all. Jason took out a recording pen and played it. The recording contained the conversation between Martinez and the governor. This had been the listening team that had been placed on Martinez before he left, and a group followed him and recorded the entire conversation before returning. The conversation explained in detail how the governor planned to frame Jason and his group, as well as pointing out various atrocities. When they finished playing all the recordings, Karen, who had been sitting and listening, heard something she never would have imagined. The evidence confirmed her initial suspicions. Looking at Karen, who had heard the truth, Jason signaled Rick that it was his turn to speak. Some people, like Rick, began to say inspirational words, which made Karen reflect deeply. Finally, thanks to the words of some of those present, Karen fully understood the situation and the possibilities that were now open to her. Seeing the pieces of the puzzle fitting together, Jason pointed out, "Karen, you must understand the reason we haven't sent troops to destroy the governor and his people. There are people in his group who aren't aware of all of this and are innocent. They've been deceived by the governor. He taught them the wrong survival values. This place can protect many more people. Even if it fills up, we can send people to another safe refuge in the city of Atlanta. So now I plan to deal with the problems in Woodbury. Can you help me save those innocent people?" Karen nodded firmly, looking at Jason with an unusual determination. "As long as you believe in me, I can help you with whatever you tell me." Jason nodded and responded, "You're the only one who knows the truth and comes from Woodbury. Your task will be to persuade all the inhabitants of your shelter. They can be brought here without a problem. The only thing you need to tell the governor is that a group of 12 people will leave the prison tomorrow morning. That's it." Karen expressed her concern. "The governor has definitely left secret surveillance nearby. If you go out with more than 10 people, there won't be anyone to defend this place." At that moment, a dry and hoarse laugh suddenly sounded from beside Karen. "Ha ha ha. Love, you don't even know how many of us there are. Shut up. You should have recorded better. Look at yourself. I don't know where the hell you had the camera," Daryl said as he observed the images on the video camera. Karen looked to the side and saw Merle and Daryl, talking as if they were arguing, while she heard Rick and Shane's laughter. "Karen, we don't have 20 people. With our current limitations due to the expansion of the city, we can deploy over 500 soldiers." When Karen left the emergency meeting, Jason observed everyone with calmness. He took a few seconds to organize his thoughts, then spoke with a firm voice. "I know what you're thinking. Too many risks, right?" Jason paused, scanning each face of the prison's inner leaders, wanting to see what the gaze of his military subordinates now in Atlanta conveyed. "I wouldn't mind going right now to Woodbury and eliminating all our enemies with our weaponry. We could do it quickly, without much hassle. But taking that route would make us act just like that governor, and believe me, I want to forge a different path, one where humanity can be reborn." After saying that, Jason slowly stood up. His cold, calculating gaze swept the room with a natural authority that commanded respect. "I don't like making mistakes. That's why we'll kill them when they're locked up. There won't be any possibility of escape. That's how we'll solve the problem cleanly and definitively." Daryl and Rick exchanged a look, understanding clearly what Jason was proposing. It was true that they could send 2 helicopters and 5 tanks from the refuge to wipe out their enemies. But what else would come from those actions besides death and chaos? Jason's plan seemed almost foolproof. Since they met him, he had always confronted his enemies with a firm hand and no mercy. However, he also knew how to offer second chances to those who could still redeem themselves, as was the case with Merle. "I have no problem, buddy," Shane said, getting up before heading to his room. "Tomorrow, we'll kill all those bastards. Marco and I will be ready," Tommy said, smiling. "As planned, Elias will lead the sniper team. I'll move through the south, and Marco will cover us from the north. It'll be a total cleanup. With that, Tommy also left. You keep complicating things too much by trying to save everyone, Merle said with his usual cynical tone. One day, you'll understand that you can't save them all, and the ones you save might secretly attack you and catch you off guard. He then left, making it clear that the following day at the prison would be very busy. Jason remained silent, watching everyone leave. When he was finally alone, he gave a faint smile and shook his head. He was determined to eliminate all his enemies, but he didn't want to spill innocent blood. The refuge in Atlanta was still one of the safest places. There, he had trained a group of 70 people, teaching them how to deal with walkers, how to contain a possible internal infection outbreak, and the most efficient ways to survive a horde. On his whiteboard, Jason had a detailed map of the country with various points marked. Near the border with Mexico, there was a question mark and the name Alice written beside it. From their last conversation, she had told him she was at a military base. But Jason knew that the military wasn't always trustworthy, and her fate was uncertain. If I have time, I'll definitely rescue you, Jason murmured to himself. Few know the true terror of war. Jason did, and he knew that sooner or later he would play with his prey. He himself would take care of the governor, and then everyone would see the result of his plan. At that moment, the governor was traveling in a moving car, leading a caravan of several combat-modified trucks. Some had steel plates welded to their sides and front, designed to withstand impacts. Each vehicle was occupied by heavily armed men. Their destination was clear: the prison. That very morning, he had received another message from Karen. She informed him that a group of more than a dozen people had left the prison heading to the city, apparently in search of resources. In other words, the defenders had been reduced by half. The prison had just over 20 combatants, and now at least 12 were gone. When the governor received the news, excitement struck him immediately. He stood up without a second thought and began mobilizing his people for a surprise attack. He managed to gather a little over 50 men. The numerical advantage filled him with confidence. He was convinced that he could take the prison in one swift blow and claim it as his own. Imagining the victory, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Even the driver, sitting next to him, swallowed nervously upon noticing the expression on his face. For this operation, the governor had prepared everything in detail. Among his provisions were 2 ladders over 10 meters tall to scale the walls, and several modified vehicles with metal plates to facilitate entry and exit. Of course, he didn't really care about the lives of his men, but at least for now, he needed them to help him conquer the prison. So he was willing to look after his soldiers, at least temporarily. The convoy advanced along the south side of the forest. To avoid detection, the governor had sent a scout the night before to monitor the attack area. So far, there had been no reports of movement, which reinforced the idea that the enemy didn't have reinforcements watching that sector. Confident, the governor decided not to take alternate routes. This time, he went straight for the main road leading to the prison, leading a dozen armored vehicles. The intersection with the entrance road wasn't far. After just 2 minutes of travel, the vehicles had reached the prison's entrance. From his car, the governor surveyed the perimeter. He saw the wire fences surrounding the exterior, but no one was visible on the inner walls. It was as if the place was completely unprotected. He smiled maliciously. It felt like fate was handing him that base. "Don't stop. Floor it and smash through the damn door," he shouted with restrained fury. The driver, seeing the madness in the governor's eyes, turned his gaze forward and obeyed. At the same time, the governor released the safety on his weapon, ready for battle. With the force of impact, the wire door immediately gave way and swung violently open. The governor's vehicle roared like a beast set free, driving through the exterior perimeter without stopping. His goal was clear: to charge through the inner door and take the prison completely before his enemies could react. But there was something he hadn't anticipated, and what would happen next wasn't in his calculations. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the prison guards finally began shooting at the vehicle leading the attacking convoy. The governor's car windshield was pierced in seconds by a hail of bullets. The driver's head exploded like a watermelon after being hit directly by a sniper. Seeing this, the governor quickly leaned over to the driver's seat and grabbed the wheel. Even though his driver was already dead, the vehicle continued moving out of control. The governor tried to stabilize it, but the car made a sharp turn and crashed into a wall. Boom! With a loud crash, the car came to a complete stop. Without wasting time, the governor opened the door and jumped nimbly out of the vehicle. Although his initial plan hadn't gone as he had intended, he could still adapt to the situation and get the desired result. As his car drew most of the enemy's fire, the vehicles behind took advantage of the distraction to advance and position themselves on the sides, aligning in formation. The men in the trucks, some of whom hadn't even reached the wall, took cover behind the vehicles. Those who had already jumped to the ground took cover in the rear, and after making sure they weren't under direct fire, they began pushing the vehicles to use them as mobile barriers. The governor, a born strategist, already knew that advancing head-on would be nearly impossible, so he devised a plan to use the cars as shields to reach the inner wall. Once there, they would only need to scale it to gain the advantage from within. As for the potential casualties, it was not something that kept him up at night. To him, as long as he was alive, he could always recruit more people and launch another attack on the prison. Sticking to the shadows, without directly looking at the enemies firing at his convoy, the governor raised his voice with authority. Attack! Kill them all! Martinez, take your group to the prison wall. The order was clear. Everyone moved forward with determination, and in no time, they reached the inner wall. To the governor's surprise, there was no immediate counterattack. He had assumed the defenders would resist with everything they had, but advancing turned out to be much easier than expected. When they were close enough to the wall, the governor ordered them to stop and began organizing a defensive line. Martinez also began moving his squad to scale the wall. Just about to start the climb amid the gunfire, the governor took a megaphone and spoke in a firm, authoritative, and perfectly projected voice. Listen, all survivors of this base. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. If you do, we will not harm you. He repeated his message over and over, without showing any hurry or nervousness. From his position, he calmly watched as Martinez prepared to advance. He was sure that, even if no one surrendered, he would take the base by force. From his point of view, the prison defenders were inept, wasting an excellent fortification without knowing how to defend it. All they needed was for his group to breach the wall. Not everyone was ready to advance, but with a few brave men, it would be enough to tip the scales. The governor noticed that the few resistance forces that had faced him head-on had completely stopped. He suspected this could only mean one thing: a severe shortage of ammunition. That assumption made his expression grow increasingly arrogant. Without raising suspicion, he discreetly signaled Martinez to begin the advance toward the wall while continuing his attempts to persuade the defenders to surrender. Meanwhile, more than half of his men stayed covered, watching for any movement at the inner gate of the base. Martinez, taking advantage of the sudden silence in the gunfire, led the main force from Woodbury forward. He knew that, for an operation like this, it was crucial to have experienced people, skilled with weapons and with good aim. Within minutes, the governor watched with satisfaction as about 30 people began surrounding the corners of the base. His smile was evident. The plan was progressing successfully. Now, all that remained was for the enemies to surrender. If they didn't, Martinez would eliminate them without mercy. One of Martinez's groups managed to place ladders at the corners of the wall. When they climbed, they discovered that the interior of the prison appeared to be empty. Without losing a second, Martinez made quick hand gestures, signaling his people to disperse and advance in multiple directions. The invaders quickly deployed, taking up strategic positions along the wall. They aligned, aiming their weapons at each of the entrances and exits of the inner courtyard, ready to shoot at the slightest movement. But what none of them knew was that hidden at the back of the watchtowers and atop the trees, a dozen snipers were waiting silently. They were ready to follow a single order: eliminate the enemy without mercy. They're all dead, Jason murmured with a cold smile on his face, as if he could already taste victory, unaware that he was about to fall into a deadly trap. In a forest next to a road, a group of military vehicles and trucks remained parked in complete silence. Surrounding them were about 90 soldiers, all armed from head to toe and with serious expressions. Each one of them stayed alert, as if they were about to enter combat. Mike, the one in charge of leading the invasion to Woodbury at the exact moment the governor's group left the shelter, watched his wristwatch impatiently. He knew that every second counted. Beside him was Carla, with a pale and absent expression, as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't stop thinking that if this group of soldiers had attacked the Woodbury shelter with all their might, there would have been no survivors. She was sure that these men were not just ordinary civilians with weapons. They were trained soldiers, professionals, and with a level of organization far superior to the governor's. These are no amateurs, Carla thought as she looked at the soldiers. Each one of them could be worth 3 of the governor's men, and not to mention the equipment they carried. The plan that Jason had designed consisted of 3 fundamental phases, all aimed at avoiding as many unnecessary deaths as possible. First, they had to make Karen believe that the prison base was almost empty. How would they do it? Simple. The prison had several newly opened areas where people could stay without needing to move around the main yard. Once Karen fell into the trap and believed there were few people, the next step was for her to return to the governor to inform him, as expected. Only then would Jason speak to her directly, and with evidence in hand, he would try to convince her that they were not the true enemies. Jason remembered, well, what had happened in the original timeline. In it, Karen had been the one to help Rick evacuate the people of Woodbury when the governor, consumed by madness, began massacring his own allies. That memory gave him hope. Maybe there was still a chance to save the civilians of Woodbury without shedding too much blood. In summary, the whole plan depended on one person, Karen. If she did the right thing, everything else would be much easier. The strategy then was to lure the enemies into the prison and subdue them little by little. It was clear there would be deaths, but Jason felt it was the least he could do for those deceived lives. He knew that most of the attackers had been manipulated by the governor, and for that reason, he didn't intend to exterminate them all without cause. "All right," Tommy exclaimed coldly. "It's time to move toward the enemy refuge. Remember, they are enemies until they surrender completely. If they don't drop their weapons, eliminate them." "Understood, sir." The soldiers responded in unison, firmly. The engines roared to life, and within seconds, the convoy set off toward Woodbury, ready to execute the plan. Back at the prison, Martinez peered over the wall and then signaled to the governor that they had successfully climbed. Seeing this, the governor showed a satisfied expression. Now that everything was progressing according to plan, the governor wasted no time and ordered the rest of the group to move toward the inner wall gate. Some even began pushing vehicles again to block the enemy's front access. While the intruders in the front yard hurried toward the center of the prison, a group of people remained hidden on top of the wall they had entered. They crouched, hidden behind the railing of the structure. The prison wall was sturdy, built to withstand severe impacts. At the top, it had reinforced walkways with high railings on both sides, making it easy to hide people. Since the usual security was concentrated in the watchtowers at the main entrance, no additional railings had been placed in that area. Because everyone followed Jason's orders, the governor's group had easily entered without facing much resistance. In other words, everything was under Jason's control. At that moment, many people, including Martinez, were already stationed on top of the thick prison wall. Unknowingly, they were being surrounded by groups led by Jason. He trusted that the side walls would provide full cover for his men, and so it was. They went undetected by the enemy. Although several of Martinez's men had reached the wall, none dared to advance further to explore what lay beyond. The place was too large, and they didn't have enough time to check all sections for ambushes. The only ones they had seen so far were the snipers in the towers, who had stopped firing a while ago. And that was exactly what Jason had anticipated since the governor started spying around the prison. Knowing how much information the enemy had, Jason strategically distributed his people and guards at key points, where they were most likely to remain undetected. One of the places where the most people were concentrated was the gymnasium, which had been almost completely rebuilt. It had turned into a large facility similar to other internal structures of the prison. It had 12 large units, each connected to 18 wings, organized from left to right, capable of housing 2 people per room. Taking advantage of the space, it was divided into 3 levels, allowing it to accommodate up to 1,300 people in total. This space had originally been prepared to evacuate the staff from the Atlanta base in the event of a catastrophe, but due to the current threat, it became the main refuge for all the prison's inhabitants. Members of Jason's community cooperated without objections. Several even volunteered to defend the place, making it clear that they now considered this prison their home, and they were ready to fight anyone who tried to destroy it. Jason only shared the details of the plan with Class 2 authority members, but he made sure to tell everyone to stay calm, as he already had a strategy to face the invaders. Finally, he organized 4 teams with special missions. The first group, led by Tommy, was heading to Woodbury. The second, led by Elias, was hidden among the trees, about 100 meters behind the governor. The other 2 groups scattered at different shooting points within the prison and waited silently for the attack signal. In total, about 150 people were hidden on the prison wall, another 50 spread out across all the watchtowers, and 200 more were ambushed behind the governor's lines. The 2 groups stationed on the walls were led by Rick and Merle, while the third was in charge of Shane and Daryl. High up in a large tree, Jason remained silent, covered in camouflage, while holding a light machine gun aimed at the gate of the base, where the governor and a small group of people were waiting. He lifted the radio in his hand, glanced around again, and began a countdown, indicating the moment to attack. When the countdown reached 0 from 3 different directions, everyone prepared, waiting for Jason to give the signal. Rick and Shane aimed toward Martinez's group, and everyone started taking their positions. Jason, who was at the top of a tree behind the governor, pulled the trigger on his weapon. A series of bullets shot out at high speed from the long barrel of his machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the burst from the forest echoed in everyone's ears. Rick and Shane, on either side of the walls, also opened fire. More than a dozen people who had been hiding in the walls started shooting. The governor's men realized the attack had begun, and everyone joined the battle. The outer group of the governor suffered several casualties due to the sudden gunfire coming from the forest, and within seconds, the bursts of shots were heard all across the prison. Jason and his team hadn't planned on being friendly. It was evident that many of those now attacking his people wouldn't survive. The lucky ones would have a chance to escape, but the rest only had one fate: death. Chaos grew as gunfire came from all directions, and at that moment, no one realized that several unique rifle cannons had been set up in the watchtowers. Rick and the others in the rear had already attracted the attention of more than 30 people, who were tasked with suppressing the attacks coming toward their direction. Rick and Shane began to move forward slowly. The original plan had been that, taking advantage of the enemy's disorientation from the gunfire, a small group would move to flank them. However, this strategy could change, as the base wall wasn't very wide, and the inner diameter didn't exceed 2 meters. Under the watchful eyes of more than 30 people, it wouldn't be easy to flank them without being noticed. If one of them turned their head, they would find a group approaching from the side, and, at that moment, they could only face them hand to hand. So a solution was devised. The plan was to start from the edges and control the enemies one by one, advancing toward the center in a short amount of time. To carry out this plan quietly and without being detected, the help of the snipers and the Dixon brothers was enlisted. Daryl and Merle, experts in hunting and survival, had extensive knowledge of using special weapons, so Jason, Guillermo, and the Dixon brothers devised a joint strategy. Jason had anticipated the possibility of facing special circumstances from the early days of the world's end, so he prepared around 30 tranquilizer weapons. The advantage of these pistols was that they were silent and extremely effective against targets that were not to be killed. Daryl, already familiar with this type of weapon, quickly adjusted the correct amount of anesthesia when Jason handed him the gear. Rick's team, pressed against the small wall, began firing at the intruders. Meanwhile, several snipers with tranquilizer guns started suppressing the enemies. The anesthesia took effect quickly, and half of the people on both sides of the opponent fell to the ground almost immediately. Then, several members of Jason's team moved in immediately, taking the enemy positions and securing the area. While the rest of the team continued firing to keep attention, Martinez was the only one who noticed something wasn't right. However, seeing that those around him didn't seem to notice anything strange, he continued firing. It was then that, seconds later, he saw men falling around him and felt something cold pressing against the back of his head. "Don't move. Lower your weapon and place your hands on your head." Slowly, Martinez slowly lowered his weapon, raised his hands, and placed them behind his head. When he turned, he found himself face to face with a tall, white man holding a weapon in his hand. The massive barrel of the weapon pressed against his forehead. The man leaned slightly to the side, raised his head, and looked at him with a murderous look, causing Martinez's heart to constrict. Looking around, Martinez realized that he didn't know when the enemy group had surrounded him. Everyone else was lying on the ground, and soon they began to be secured by Jason's men. Daryl was also pointing his crossbow at Crowley's head, whose weapon had already fallen to the ground. He exchanged a glance with Martinez and sighed. They'd been caught again. More than a dozen people were still under the door, led by the governor, with at least 40 heavily armed men. However, when the groups on both sides advanced, another group quickly took their place, continuing the gunfire and simulating that the fight was still ongoing. This created an illusion for the governor, who kept firing toward the forest. The gunfire didn't stop, and he didn't realize at all that most of his people had been neutralized. Soon, however, he noticed that the people around him were starting to fall to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something attached to one of his men's backs, and that's when he realized something was wrong. Nervously, he quickly turned his head. The governor, who had been firing toward the people in the woods, suddenly realized something was wrong. When he turned his head and looked back, he discovered several soldiers in combat uniforms and helmets standing on the wall behind them and immediately understood the situation. "Behind us! Be careful! The enemy is approaching from behind." The governor's shout alerted several people, and he quickly moved into a car. He started the engine and began reversing. The engine roared loudly as the governor tried to escape the crisis. At the same time, he also noticed that all of his soldiers had fallen to the ground. "Damn it! Useless sons of bitches!" Cursing what had happened, he didn't have time to think about the situation. He floored the accelerator and spun the steering wheel in a semicircle, then charged toward the road to get out of there. Jason and the others had also stopped shooting. Seeing the governor attempting to flee, Jason smiled, climbed down from the tree he had been perched in, walked over, and looked at a soldier beside him who handed him a sniper rifle. Jason walked slowly toward the prison's main gate, just as the governor had corrected his course, and rushed toward the exit. He lowered his weapon and looked with disdain at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Did this man really think he was a fool? "If you dare stand in front of me, then you'd better be prepared to die." The governor's car sped toward the outer gate, only to see a man standing in his path. Without thinking, he decided to run him over. When he realized he had fallen into his enemy's trap, a look of desperation crossed his face. At that moment, the governor's eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. Even if he died today, he was determined to kill the man in front of him. Bang! 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 Grabbing his gun again, the governor aimed at Jason and pulled the trigger, firing off several wild bullets. Watching the governor resist so stubbornly, showing no signs of surrender, Jason calmly lifted the sniper rifle in his hands. There was no point trying to reason with the man before him. Making a quick decision, Jason aimed precisely and pulled the trigger. Bang! The governor, driving straight at Jason, was shot in the chest. His head slumped onto the steering wheel. Jason turned his head and handed the rifle to Elias. "Let's clean up the bodies." The governor might have been considered a hero by some, but Jason didn't want to waste time or words trying to persuade him. With one clean shot, he made sure the man wouldn't even have the chance to turn into a walker. That was Jason's version of mercy. In the entire battle, the governor and around 12 others were killed. The rest were captured. Glenn called for everyone to bring the people into the courtyard, and then he silently observed the survivors. Glenn had high hopes for these people. Given the prison's current capabilities, more than half of them could become a strong group of soldiers essential to its defense. Not to mention that there were still many people back in Woodbury. As for the governor's thugs, Jason had given it a lot of thought. He didn't mind getting rid of them. Had they lost their humanity? Not exactly. After all, to survive in Woodbury, they had to follow the governor's orders. Very few people dared oppose him after seeing his cruelty firsthand. But forgiving them and letting them join his people was out of the question. With the governor gone, it was hard to justify what these people had done before. Still, Jason decided to give them a chance, an opportunity for rehabilitation through training that would reform them completely, led by Corporal Ryan. This man wouldn't treat them like humans. Jason did this for one reason: the future. People in the prison might think they were already powerful, but Jason knew they were far from it. That's why he valued human life so much, because every opportunity to grow mattered. He believed that when something becomes a global trend, no one can escape it, whether they like it or not. Those with ill intentions aren't stupid. The more powerful the hands that control them, the less likely they are to make mistakes. But as more people join his group, more individual ideas and rival factions will inevitably form. Jason knew that when those disputes reached a certain threshold, the group would collapse, and his opportunity to rival the CRM would go down the drain. That's why many of the prison's future internal leaders are people from the original story. Men and women who proved trustworthy, even in death. Knowing the story's timeline, Jason had to take advantage of many people who were saved, such as Morgan, Shane, or Merle. They might not be as useful in battle as soldiers, but within the chain of command, they would be indispensable. At the very least, that command must never break. Later, Jason planned to leave Shane at the Atlanta shelter. Even though he'd left trusted people there, he hadn't been at that base for at least a week. But Corporal Ryan could change that uncertain environment. With strict military-level training, he swore that all those men, whether thieves, murderers, or liars, would be reformed and become entirely different individuals. Now that Jason had changed the future and built a solid foundation, he didn't need those people to immediately join his soldier ranks. As long as they survived the training, they could help expand a new territory for humanity. What he was doing now was following the trend while swimming against the current. He planned to use every person and place them in an important role within his community. Everyone would have to adapt to this apocalyptic environment, transform it into a kind of protective color for all, and use every possible method to prepare for the future. And when a force truly mattered, they could rise and declare to the world that they were ready to change the future. Right now, their power was still far too weak. Even operating this way for several years, how many survivors could they truly gather in a decade? Looking at the people before him, Jason had high expectations and realized that his way of thinking wasn't just right for himself. It was right for everyone. There were fewer than 400 people in the prison, so it would be impossible to remain in that place much longer. He had to begin moving and promote growth in their refuge within Atlanta. But now wasn't the time to think about all that. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with slowly and carefully. Jason looked at the people who hadn't been arrested, like Martinez and some of his closest followers. I want you to think carefully about what you're going to say next. Some of you, unfortunately, won't be allowed to keep living. After all, I only give 2 chances. Everyone in the prison quickly began to move and secure the corpses that still had intact brains. After leaving the rest of the captives under the watch of professional soldiers, Jason moved on. First, he found Guillermo and asked him to send someone to repair the outer fence. Then Jason headed toward the structure where all the survivors were waiting for a temporary bunker, the prison. Upon entering the room, Jason found Tyler and Nara, who were quietly discussing important matters. Seeing this, he asked, "Tyler, have you received any news from Tommy's team?" Upon hearing the question, Tyler nodded and said, "Yes, Tommy and Carla arrived in Woodbury and quickly subdued the remaining guards before imprisoning them. According to Tommy, Carla managed to persuade all the survivors, and with the recordings they brought, everyone realized the truth. As you ordered, the people closest to the governor were placed under surveillance and immediately jailed. For now, Tommy is organizing the group of survivors to be transferred to the prison at a later time. When Tyler finished speaking, he smiled and added, "I honestly didn't expect things to turn out this way, but we must proceed carefully and monitor that entire group of survivors who will be joining us here in the prison." Jason was already well aware of this matter, so he nodded. Then he walked deeper into the room where the others were gathered, and after drawing everyone's attention, he said, "Listen, just as we planned, and thanks to everyone's efforts, we've successfully defeated the enemy." When everyone heard these words, silence fell for a brief moment before erupting into cheers and celebrations. Applause and hugs were shared all around. "Well done. We knew you'd pull it off. We won." Seeing such an uplifting atmosphere, Jason smiled with genuine happiness, an emotion that rarely surfaced in him, as he watched the families and children celebrating something they probably didn't fully understand. After getting lost in the moment for a while, Jason raised his hands to call for silence and said, "The most important thing is that none of our people died. Some were injured, but they're not in danger. We won't have to hide anymore. We can finally work in peace. For now, it's not advisable to leave this place. Once we decide what to do with the prisoners and clean things up, everyone will be free to return to their usual activities." Once Jason finished speaking, he walked back toward the prison entrance. He did this to wait for the others to regain mobility, since many had been sedated. At the same time, he was giving them time to make a decision. This would be the only time they'd be asked whether they would stay in the prison or leave. Shane, who was waiting by the door, looked at Jason and asked, "Jason, are you really going to let them go?" "Of course not. If they leave the prison, they'll definitely die." Jason responded with just a few simple words, and after Shane nodded in agreement, the two of them walked toward Rick. "Well, gentlemen, now is the time to decide what will happen to you next. Pay close attention, because your future depends on these words." After a short pause, Jason looked at Rick and said, "You can explain to our friends what happens from here." "All right, Jason," Rick replied calmly. He was relieved that the issue had been resolved without any allied casualties. He then turned toward the group of people kneeling in the main square. Not wanting to delay, Rick said, "Survivors of Woodbury, I'm Rick Grimes, and today I received the troubling news that a group of people was planning to attack our refuge. You might be wondering why we didn't kill you and instead have gathered you here. The answer is simple. We're not like you. You must understand, we never came looking for you. We never attacked you. The only thing we did was defend ourselves. I'm against killing people. I truly believe there are more good people than bad. But that doesn't mean I won't change my mind and do what's necessary to eliminate my enemies." After speaking at length, the people from Woodbury began to understand what had happened once Rick showed them the evidence they had. Except for about a dozen field personnel, the rest of the people showed expressions of righteous indignation. Then, through Michonne's words, they understood that many of them had been deceived by the governor's lies and their own recklessness in passing judgment so quickly on what had actually happened. She told everyone about the ordeal she and her friend Janet had suffered, how they were taken to Woodbury against their will due to the governor's whims. Many people knew Karen. If she had decided to trust these people after living here for so long, they had no choice but to wait and see how things would unfold with open minds. Now, people were terrified they had risked their lives, and many had died believing they were fighting the enemy. If those here had used live ammunition instead of tranquilizers, they would already be dead. Everyone was also waiting to see what the leaders would decide regarding all these people. Truthfully, none of them wanted to kill them in cold blood, so they left the final decision up to the leaders. It was to be expected. Not everyone had the heart or had suffered enough to make the decision to kill with just words. One could say they had been lucky so far thanks to the people leading them.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.